Keep holding on when my brain's ticking like a bomb. Guess the black dots have come again to get me. Sweet bitter words, unlike nothing I've heard. Sing along, mockingbird, you don't affect me. That's right. Deliver it to my heart. Please strike. Be deliberate. Wait, I'm coming undone. Wait, I'm coming undone. Too late. I'm coming undone. What looks so strong, so delicate. Wait, I'm starting to suffocate, and soon I anticipate. I'm coming undone. What looks so strong, so delicate.
I'm a rebel just for kicks now.
Choke again. I thought my demons were my friends. Pity me, in the end, they're out to get me. Since I was young, I've tasted sorrow on my tongue, and this sweet sugar gun does not protect me.
Wait till the walls are built.
That's right. Trigger between my eyes. Please strike. Make it quick now. Wait, I'm coming undone. Wait, I'm coming undone. Too late. I'm coming undone. What looks so strong, so delicate. Wait, I'm starting to suffocate, and soon I anticipate. I'm coming undone. What looks so strong, so delicate.
Be over now. Feel it still.
I'm trying to hold it together. Head is lighter than a feather. Looks like I'm not getting better. Not getting better. Wait, I'm coming undone. Wait, I'm coming undone. Too late. I'm coming undone. What looks so strong, so delicate. Wait, I'm starting to suffocate, and soon I anticipate. I'm coming undone. What looks so strong, so delicate.
It seems that the demons have summoned me once more to rise from the darkness, not for a match, but for a war.
Yeah,
Got chills right there.
DJ Humberbun.
Look out! Listen to me. Oh! I despise, cause Listen to me.
Oh, girls just wanna have. That's all they really want.
Absolutely. Say it again.
When the working day is done,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
girls,
Ooh, yeah.
oh, girls
Say it again,
wanna
y'all.
have fun.
Absolutely. Say it, say it, say it. It ain't nothing but a heartbreaker. Finger only to the Undertaker. You tell me.
I have one mission, and that is to annihilate Nassau Coliseum.
Good God, y'all.
Or should it be?
Oh, girls just wanna have fun.
Oh, Lord.
Hello, folks. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? I know I am streaming late. Had a family emergency happen. Everyone's okay. I'm here, and it appears that Israel has bombed Iran. So we're going to be talking about that clearly at length.
Went camping last weekend, got high, drank lots of vodka, and read House of Leaves. Haven't had that much fun in a while.
I'm glad you had fun. I feel like getting high, drinking lots of vodka, and reading House of Leaves would stress me out, but I'm glad you had fun. Thank you for the $5 dono and getting us off to a good start today. Yeah, more fucking bombs. That's great. I love bombs. Are you feeling fine? I am feeling fine. There's been a lot of stuff going on in my personal life the last few days, and yeah, sorry it has been not consistent with the streams, and last night I meant to stream but fell asleep after I announced that I would be streaming. Why can't we have a nice stream where we dunk on Shadiversity or something? I really want to do a segment tonight dunking on the quartering, but we'll see how things progress. Hello, everybody. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Emir Alpaslan. Hello, GamerG. Hello, LB. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Periwinkle. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, one and all. Hello, Erica. Is that a high ponytail? Nope, just my usual bun. Go-to bun. But everything looks different when I'm wearing this new Goodwill find. It's like a horrifically oversized shirt, and it's the fuzziest thing I've ever worn in my life, and it's so comfortable. Hello, Kev from Mars. Hello, B for Brain. So, yeah. Basically, folks, to get you all caught up with where we're at just in the general gist of today. B for Brain, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate that. To get you all caught up, effectively, the Middle East diplomatic comms have just been chock full of people trying to call each other, reassure each other nothing's going to happen, using back channel means to try and, de-escalate things. And earlier tonight, Iran's foreign minister said, I'm just going to quote what he said here. In case the Israeli regime embarks on adventurism again and takes action against the interests of Iran, the next response from us will be immediate and at a maximum level. Yeah. Our response will be decisive through the Swiss embassy in Tehran. We've announced to the White House, sent a message to the White House in Washington, D.C., the administration in which we've reiterated that if the Israeli regime commits the great error once again, our response will be decisive, definitive, and regretful for them. And it appears that Israel has just said, we'll take that bet. Because only a handful of hours later, 2 hours later, approximately an hour and a half ago, flights over Iranian airspace began being diverted. 8 different flights were diverted, and then approximately 10 to 15 minutes later, explosions were reported from around the area of Iran's Isfahan airport. Isfahan is a large city of about 2.2 million people located in central Iran, and there are multiple cities around that have been reporting hearing explosions. And yeah, Iran officially suspended flights to Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. Iran's air defense systems have all been activated. Outgoing flights from Iran have been canceled. And there have been bombs on various Iranian military bases. So far, seemingly centered around the Isfahan province, which again is the central province of Iran. And yeah, the United States has confirmed that this is an Israeli attack. So in case someone's like, well, what if it's Syria or something, which it wouldn't be, but like in case somebody thought it was somebody else, yeah. Excuse me. There has been a lot of concern because there are some Iranian nuclear facilities in Isfahan, and concern about those facilities being bombed, radiation leaks, any kind of like fallout from an attack like that. So far, it does not appear that any Iranian nuclear sites have been hit. And the United States official that CNN got to comment on the matter said that the target was not nuclear. And we have confirmed that the U.S. was alerted to the Israeli attack prior to it happening. But just to confirm, Iranian state media has also been saying that the nuclear sites have not been attacked. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, as you might imagine, folks. And there is a very decent chance that Iran will indeed counterattack. Wait, did Israel attack Iran? Yep. So, again, like I said prior when we covered the Iran attacking Israel, Israel was kind of the wild card here because Iran was signaling, hey, let this be the end of it. You bombed our sovereign soil. We're doing a relatively ineffectual attack against you. Let that be the end of it. We consider this resolved. And Israel, in response, has inflicted some amount of damage. It's uncertain exactly how much or what exactly got hit at this point, though some of the initial reports are indicating that it was an Iranian military base. And yeah, it's apparently the air defenses of Iran across several provinces have been activated and what that means is that they have been like engaging with an enemy. So in this case, that would be Israeli Air Force or drones or missiles. And we don't know exactly the extent of this attack. Again, a lot of the A lot of the information is very preliminary. And frankly, the United States has communicated that they do not endorse this attack. They did not endorse the attack, which indicates to me that they were trying to get Israel to not do this. Binder is saying that Iranian journalists are trying to downplay the damage of the attacks, which, if true, is a good thing. Let's hope so, because again, this is coming like literally like an hour after the foreign minister of Iran promised swift and decisive retribution if Israel attacked, and then they did. So now it's a question of how Iran will respond. It's not really a question of if Iran will respond, but how. In my estimation, you know. No way they're able to track an F-35. I honestly have no idea what Iran's military capabilities are. I know that they have typically been underestimated by various Western powers, and that could be the case here as well. Here, I'm going to pull up a map for you guys. I can. Just so you guys have an idea here of where this is. Here we go. Oh man, that is the world's smallest image. Are you kidding me? Okay, this will do. It's slightly bigger. So, as you can see, Isfahan is like smack dab in the middle of Iran. A lot of this has to go through Iraqi airspace, and having this back and forth over Iraq is not great either. Honestly, this seems like, for all intents and purposes, this seems not like an all-out Israeli attack against Iran. Similarly to what Iran did prior with like their drones and missiles, from what I've been hearing so far, and this could be off, this seems to be kind of a response in kind, and also to show that like Israel can penetrate deep into Iranian airspace. So yeah, it's a demonstration of power and superiority, and hopefully Iran is able to downplay this to the general public and not engage in further escalation. At least have its retribution through more discreet channels, i.e., like spy attacks or assassinations, as opposed to like all out war. This is obvious provocation, goading Iran to attack. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of how I read it too. Like, this is, you know, Israel, for its own reasons, does not want to be seen as like, oh, they're the ones who started the definitive attacks against Iran, even though they did. They want to try and keep kind of this moral high ground. And so, for a long time, and I talked about this at length in many of my recent videos here, Iran has been a bit of a target for Netanyahu. Netanyahu, for like the past 30 years, has wanted to embroil himself with a war in Iran. He wants to get the United States involved, and frankly, there are additional pressures to get the United States involved in a potential war with Iran here. Again, the idea being that they'll goad Iran into attacking Israel in a more definitive way, in which case the United States would likely come to its defense, and that would embroil the United States more in this conflict and allow the United States to ignore the situation in Gaza. Hope you're doing wonderful. I'm doing my best, Todd Pemper. I will say that some of the new reporting that is coming out as of a couple hours ago, Iran threatened to counterattack Israel's nuclear weapons sites. So, like, I would guess that if there is kind of a counterattack, it would probably center on disarming Israel's nuclear capabilities. And the UN Secretary General has now commented on it as well. I believe the Secretary General. Yes, Antonio Guterres. He said, I'm going to just quote here, sorry, this isn't a quote. A two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian crisis is the basis of UN resolutions. The current Israeli government, however, has shown little interest in relinquishing control of the occupied territories. And now this is a quote. One miscalculation, one miscommunication, one mistake could lead to the unthinkable, a full-scale regional conflict that would be devastating for all involved and for the rest of the world. Guterres called on Israel as the occupying power to protect the Palestinian population in the West Bank against violence and intimidation and to allow safe passage for humanitarian aid into Gaza. Quote, "Let me be clear, the risks are spiraling on many fronts. We have a shared responsibility to address those risks and pull the region back from the precipice." And in response to that, they put their feet on the gas pedal, essentially. Yeah. Let's see here. Israel is labeling the strike a limited retaliation. Yes, and it is now confirmed that it was a barrage of missiles and drones. So hopefully the attack is already over. Hopefully. Let's see what Al Jazeera is reporting here. Who attacked who first? I mean, in this case, Israel attacked Iran first. They carried out a political assassination and bombed an Iranian consulate, which is considered by international law an attack on their sovereign territory, on their soil. And in accordance with international law, I will add this.
Israel was like, hold my beer.
Pretty much. But in accordance with international law, Iran made a counterattack. Like the counterattack that they made was justified under international law. Like it was, like it's pretty clear cut in that respect. And they even communicated again, let the matter be resolved here after pretty much no damage was done by their attack. And now Israel is not letting the matter be resolved and is continuing to escalate. Let's see here. There have also been reports of explosions in Syria and Iraq, so perhaps the majority of the barrage was targeting Iranian, backed groups outside of Iran. That would be my hope. Anyway. Here's, as of 29 minutes ago, from a reporter in Tehran. Tensions are at an all-time high. Things came to a head when Israel struck the consulate in Damascus and killed 7 members of the country's Revolutionary Guard. The Iranians responded on April 13th with an unprecedented, what many are calling historic, attack on Israel. They said the response was proportionate because no injuries were reported. Iranians said this was to create a new reality in the Middle East and that this kind of tit-for-tat behavior by Israel will no longer be tolerated. Israel, of course, said that they would respond, and whether that is what we are seeing unfold today is that response is too early to say. It highlights just how fragile and tense the situation is. Okay. Also, there were reports earlier of military sirens in northern Israel, but apparently those are due to a false alarm, not an Iranian counterattack. So that's good, I guess. Yeah, Israeli military says they have no comment following reports of explosions in Iran. Interesting. God. Hey, Forlorn. Hey, VCC TV. I sure bet they have no comment. Yeah. That kind of catches us all up to where we are right now. And honestly, my gut instinct is that Iran will respond to this. But I honestly have no idea exactly how they will. Typically, how they would respond in kind of a high tension situation like this is like more subtle, I think. But it could also be that like they're just sick of this shit, frankly. If they stop now, things can simmer down, then we can go back to telling Israel to stop the genocide. That's the hope. But also, in my mind, it would make sense for Iran to carry out operations to like denuclearize Israel, taking out its nuclear weapon sites. And well, I could see them doing that as their next response, frankly. Hey, Ms. Drizzlin. Jack, considering Israel won't be able to keep a larger scale conflict going without the US, do you think Biden will follow through on his promise to not back Israel if they attack Iran? Biden said that in a phone call to Netanyahu last week. Yeah, he did say that, though I don't know if that includes like cutting off offensive arms and ammunition. Like that, there has been movement towards that in the United States, like Congress. I don't know if Biden is prepared to do that, though, you know? Hey, John Bogardus. How am I? Yeah, it's a nice jacket. I just got it at Goodwill, and it's the softest thing I've ever touched in my life. The USA hasn't done anything significant to restrain Israel. I was hopeful that when Biden announced that the United States would not participate in any offensive operation with Israel, I was hopeful that that would cause Israel to not carry out this counterattack. And now I genuinely have no idea how this is going to go. Yeah, I genuinely don't know how this is gonna go. So hopefully this all can just sit. Hopefully Israel not making any official comment here will allow things to kind of cool off. That remains to be seen, though. Sorry to be starting off stream with such grave news, everybody. Also, LB, thank you for gifting Spellany a sub. That's very, very kind of you. God. We'll be keeping an eye on this as we go through our stream today. Iranian state TV, by the way, is claiming that they have brought down multiple drones during the attack. We'll see exactly what it all amounts to, I guess, as we go forward. Well, Vanessa M, apparently the nuclear sites, Iranian state television is claiming all of them are completely secure. And apparently, according to U.S. officials who were alerted that the attack would take place, the nuclear sites were not the targets. So both sides are saying that the nuclear sites should be okay. I really want to put... There are D&D Legos. Oh, Midnight Null Night, you gotta whisper to a mod or to me. Sorry. Sorry, 1 second. We got an unban request from a tool, trying to decide the best way to move forward. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that ban. Gonna leave that ban in place. Deny. There we go. The... Interesting. This is a new piece from The Intercept. The U.S., not Israel, shot down most Iran drones and missiles. That's interesting. The United States shot down more drones and missiles than Israel did on Saturday night during Iran's attack. More than half of Iran's weapons were destroyed by U.S. aircraft and missiles before they ever reached Israel. In fact, by commanding a multinational air defense operation and scrambling American fighter jets, this was a U.S. military triumph. Interesting. That almost makes it sound like Israel was wanting there to be far more damage from this attack. Like, not... I feel like it's not too conspiratorial here to be like, I think that... I don't think it's humiliating OS Crane. I think it's by design. The more damage that an Iranian counterattack would do would be like more justification and PR for any potential response on their behalf. It's interesting. ABC only has this to say. A U.S. official confirmed to ABC News Israeli missiles have hit a site in Iran. Official could not confirm whether Syria and Iraq sites were hit as well. Yeah. I don't get why it's the skeleton that's spooky and scary and not that thing at the end. I mean, all of the things in the Greylock tapes are scary. Hey, unfriendly atheist. Hey, Lefty McLefterson. Also, folks, mark your calendars on the 30th. This is completely unrelated to what we've been talking about, but on the 30th of this month, we'll be doing a show with Mike from the Humanist Report. He'll be coming on the stream, and we'll be chatting probably about stuff like this, and that's pretty cool. I like Mike. Plus-sized elf is getting an anime. What does that even mean? Another leftist mafia episode? No, he's just gonna be coming on the show. If you want me to get on leftist mafia again, oh god, you guys have to bother the folks on leftist mafia. It's not. I can't just invite myself onto their show. Woo just came from Mike's stream? Hell yeah. A chatter of good taste. Well, I can't wait to touch base with him about how the presidential campaign is going. I'm excited to hear. Yeah, Australia is apparently urging citizens to leave Israel. There are definitely other countries that are reading this as Iran is going to respond decisively. Yeah, CNN here has a bit of analysis. The gloves have come off. Iran's response is unpredictable. Should a tit-for-tat between Israel and Iran develop, the conflict between the nations threatens to get very grim very quickly. An international relations expert told CNN. Yeah, and again, this is coming from this is coming from like people who study this for a living, right? That these strikes from Israel have pitched the conflict into unknown territory. Well, I mean, frankly, folks, Israel's response was unpredictable, and now Iran's response is unpredictable. Like, we've kind of gone off the map on this one. I would say that, like, Iran is predictable in that it is going to respond to this. We just don't know how. You know? Yeah, apparently, according to Iranian state media, extensive checks have been made in Isfahan. No incidents reported, and all sensitive military and security installations remain secure. So far, it's unclear what damage was actually done by this attack, outside of like an explosion that has been undefined, and 3 drones that have been shot down by Iran's air defense systems. However, interestingly, Iran says that there have been no activations of its missile defense system. So that's interesting as well. It's hard to get a read on the situation right now with information being so incomplete. Yeah, Reuters is quoting an Iranian official saying there was no missile attack on Iran, and the explosion heard near Isfahan was the activation of an air defense system, one of several such incidents across Iran, which also closed major airports. So it's really unclear at the moment exactly what is going on. Apparently, the explosion seems to have been air defense batteries activating. Hey, Celestial Heart. Go. It could be that could be interpreted as Iran really doesn't want a war. Hope it turns out there's nothing though. I mean, that would be great. It would be great if this was just kind of theater for the Israeli public. Hey, Sassy Booper.
If lawn care were easy, everyone
Why?
would do it.
Why are you doing
As
this?
well as
BB is very predictable, and he will pick the most asshole-ish option. I mean, that's true, but he'll pick the most asshole-ish option usually that he'll be able to get away with, you know? Dude might be a slimeball, but he has a remarkable sense of self-preservation. I think it's been kind of made clear that the United States wants no part of this, you know? I don't think that Iran is necessarily afraid of US involvement. Especially after the messaging from the US State Department has been that like, nah, we aren't going to back Israel in an offensive war. Yeah, and that's the thing, Vanessa. Like, I'm worried that this is like the limit that Iran can be pushed to. And I'm worried that like the response here is going to be something like, a nuclear defanging of Israel, like taking out their nuclear sites. And that would basically be like a provocation for Israel to like declare war on Iran, Hopefully if that happens, they get all those nuclear sites and there can be like a non-nuclear war between these two powers. That would maybe be a best case scenario if war were to break out.
BWA.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for gifting a sub to Vanessa M. Find out in time what happened. We just don't know because Israel doesn't even say they did anything. Yeah. Stressful. So we're getting some information here that the explosions that have been reported so far appear to have been at a major Iranian base, the Shahid Salami. Iran, really? You named your military base Shahid Salami? Okay. I'm just gonna gloss on by that one. Most of the damage or the explosions that have been reported so far are at the Shahid Salami Air Base near Isfahan. Literally salami. It's spelled exactly the same way. Somebody was hungry during the naming, yeah. Hopefully it's not an Istvan 3. True. Okay. We have additional confirmation that Iranian state media is downplaying the incident. According to state TV, 3 small unknown objects were intercepted near the city of Isfahan. The Iranian air defense systems were able to intercept and destroy the objects. Location is Isfahan province, is the Iranian military base that belongs to the country's army, and not the Revolutionary Guards. Interesting. The base that was struck apparently houses multiple squadrons of F-14 Tomcat fighter aircraft. This facility is also located near the Isfahan airport. Interesting. So currently, it appears that there are still air defense locations that are activating. So perhaps the attack is not yet over, but it seems to be that Iran is deliberately trying to downplay this to keep this from bubbling over into a wider conflict. Ay. Make it make sense. It makes sense, Sassy Booper, if you're Netanyahu and like your wet dream for the last 30 years has been getting the United States to back Israel in a war against Iran. That's the way in which it makes sense. I don't think that the United States will engage in a war with Iran. I don't think that is politically really tenable for the U.S. right now. So we'll see, I guess, how things progress here. But my gut is that the U.S. would not get involved in this conflict, and that if it were a regional conflict, it would be extraordinarily messy. Yeah, Vanessa M, that's also my concern. My concern is if this war breaks out, Gaza gets forgotten in the dust of the conflict. IDF is about to do a Rafah invasion. I don't know. Like, depending on how Iran responds here, I don't know that Israel will be willing to commit the manpower to do a ground invasion of Rafah. That might be a silver lining. Ay, ay, ay. You think that's what Iran had in mind? No, I think Iran would just as soon not get involved in a conflict with Israel. But part of the reason that Netanyahu wants that so badly right now is so that he can maintain power. Because if the conflict in Gaza ends, he loses his war powers and he gets ousted from power, which would be essentially a colossal. He would then be prosecuted for his numerous fraud crimes that have been on the back burner since he got into office. Guy on CNN saying U.S. is just watching as an observer, but will also defend Israel. Why is there foreign policy like this? Matt's politic, I don't know. I think at a certain point, like, I think the United States would defend Israel, but I don't know that the United States would go to war with Iran and like push into Iranian territory. I think like the most the United States is willing to do right now is like intercept missiles and such. Like that seems to be about the extent the United States is willing to back Israel at the moment. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I agree with you, Forlorn. Like, as far as I'm concerned right now, like, Iran is in the right here. Like, they were attacked first. They responded in like within the bounds of international law, and communicated that they consider the matter closed. And in response to that, Israel, launched an attack. Oh yeah, like any framing of the United States as a purely neutral party in this is incorrect and dishonest. Also, let's just look here. Also, if anyone's trying to sell you that like Isfahan, like the nuclear sites in Isfahan are destroyed and like this is World War III, we're not at that point yet, and the nuclear sites in Iran are fine. Yeah, and also folks, like, I mean, just today, the last 24 hours have been just a shit show for Middle Eastern politics. The United States, and frankly, the United States is very much the bad guy. One of the bad guys here. The United States unilaterally vetoed Palestine being recognized as a state in the UN today. It was the only country to vote against it, and because the US has veto power, like that's the end of the discussion. So that sucks. I mean, it's not unexpected, but it sucks. Additionally, like there's been some reporting, and I don't know how reliable it is, folks, but like I mean, there are reports from The Guardian that are showing Israel has sped up building settlements in East Jerusalem. And this is from yesterday. But Euromed Monitor, a human rights organization, released a report based on the testimonies of people within northern Gaza near the I'm gonna say the name wrong, Nuseirat refugee camp. And there have been some reports that essentially Israel is using drones with speakers to broadcast the sounds of people calling for help, children being injured and screaming, in order to trick Palestinians into coming out of hiding, whereupon they are then fired upon and injured or killed. This has been corroborated by multiple accounts from the Nuseirat refugee camp. Again, we don't have complete confirmation of this, is my understanding. This is one report from one human rights organization. But that's kind of where that's at. Part of the thing is most of the journalists in northern Gaza have either fled to southern Gaza or been killed. So like there's not people really on the ground, not like vetted journalists on the ground who can, make these reports with any definitive, definitivity, so there, we might not, we don't have 100% confirmation of that, but it is also completely in line with all of Israel's current policy. And I see no reason to disbelieve these reports. And to my knowledge, Euromed Monitor has a pretty decent accuracy track record. So it's pretty awful. Al Jazeera released this video. I can't like confirm the veracity of the video, obviously. But here is what Al Jazeera released and posted to Twitter here.
يا جماعة الخير، قوات كاب تطلق صوت أطفال الآن من مخيم انصارات زي ما انتم سامعين بالضبط. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. امبارح استشهدوا شاب طلع مسكين يشوف ايش الصوت في المدرسة، طبعا طلع والله ده مسروق.
هذا الساعة 1 في الليل فجأة سمعنا مرة بتزعق في نص الشارع. الحقوني النجدة ومعها عيل صغير، يعني صوت عيل صغير بيطلب النجدة معها. الصوت كان بيطلع من عباب الدار. قوات كبتر من 4 مرات أول حاجة. طلعت برضه بين الخيم وقعدت تتزعق ونفس الحاجة. رنينا ابن عمي في الخيم قلنا له واحد يطلع ده. لكن نظام صوت بس. أبو أنس الشحرور عندنا في المنطقة في راسه.
Yeah, so like again, not all of this can be confirmed. Like, there's not video of a drone playing these sounds. There's not like direct confirmation of this, but also, yeah, it is. If this is true, this is one of the most ghoulish and like blatantly eliminationist things that I've heard Israel engaging in. Because again, there's no reason to do this unless your goal is just to kill civilians. You know, there's no there like pretending to be injured, like an injured woman or baby. You know, there's no reason to do that and then shoot anyone who goes to help unless you're just trying to kill civilians. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of these military actions are on par with like the massacre at like during the Serbian genocide. Like I think that like a lot of this is tantamount to that. Like I think you can call this a genocide without it being, millions dead. You know? It's blatantly eliminationist. Srebrenica, yeah. So what monsters in a horror movie might do, mimic people in distress as a lure. Honestly, Ulersoth, when I heard that, my media poison brain immediately went to the film Annihilation. For those of you who haven't seen it, Annihilation is about kind of like this eldritch, like, form of life that is infecting the earth and like mutating things, like causing things to hyper evolve. And one of the creatures that roams this zone affected by that is like this colossal man-eating bear that can mimic the sounds of people screaming for help. And it is terrifying. And like that, my brain went to that. They've literally recreated a movie monster to kill civilians. I got an appointment early tomorrow, but I'd feel a lot safer keeping the stream on audio while I lay down. Well, you get good sleep, Ben Zukov. Get good rest, and if it helps to have the stream on audio only, by all means. Apparently, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin spoke with Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant earlier Thursday, and that's likely where the communications about the upcoming attack took place. Apparently, one of Dubai's flights returned from its origin point after it was redirected out of Iranian airspace. Yeah, they're judging by how other countries in the area are and around the world are responding to this. I would say it's very likely that the world is kind of bracing for some kind of response from Iran, though it is worth noting that Iran reported that the central city of Isfahan is completely calm and secure. Quote, people are going on with their normal lives, according to the live television report. So currently it looks like Iranian state media is saying, hey, everything's fine. No real damage was done. You know, it was a dinky little attack. We got it. It's fine. But I really want to that might not necessarily reflect what discussions are being had within like Iranian military. I also think that it's unlikely that this is World War III. Again, I think that worst case scenario for this is a regional, like a large scale regional conflict, but I don't think that's World War III. I think World War III is a much different beast than the worst case scenario here. So if you're worried that like you're going to wake up tomorrow and like the world is going to be, you know, at war and nukes are going to be flying between all the countries on Earth, that is not the case. My read on this situation is that won't be the case. And anyone who's trying to like hype this up as World War III being imminent, they're lying to you. They're selling you something. What is much more likely in a worst case scenario is a war between Iran and Israel, with the United States playing like kind of like an air defense role of Israeli airspace. And I would say that like if that continued for a prolonged period of time, like in the short term, like your oil, your gas prices are going to spike. But I would say that like it would likely not, you know, it would likely not be like a full ground invasion of Iran. There's not going to be like a full ground invasion of Israel. At least that's not on the table right now. Define World War III. I mean, I think I would define World War III as like, you know, the global superpowers clashing and like nuclear weapons getting involved. That is what I would consider like World War III. But again, Israel and Iran are not global superpowers, they are regional powers. IRL game hunters use mimic calls to lure their targets. Yep. They are hunting civilians. Yeah. Hell, they'll like film themselves doing it. You know, that's the thing. Like people who are like, no, the IDF is good. They're not targeting civilians. Like, motherfucker, have you ever opened like IDF TikTok? Okay, like they're like bragging about it on camera while smiling and laughing. And like worst case scenario, like Iran's allies like get more involved, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis, and like Israel like brings a couple of their other countries into the fold. Like it could be like a full blown regional conflict in the Middle East, but I don't think that is a global conflict. Israel does have not so secret nukes. They do, though it's possible that Iran also has those at this point. It's possible that they do. I don't know that it's likely, but it is possible. And additionally, Iran has had some messaging that like they could respond by targeting Israel's nuclear sites. So if Iran does respond with the intention of like going toe-to-toe with Israel, it could be that they're going to respond in a way to like disable Israel's nuclear capabilities. Yeah, U.S. State Department officials have confirmed that Israel warned the Biden administration earlier today that a strike was coming in the next 24 to 48 hours. And the Israelis assured the U.S. State Department that Iran's nuclear facilities would not be targeted, so that's good. Because that would be basically an immediate escalation to full-out war. So that at least indicates to me that while this is a provocative attack, it was not like their full blow. It wasn't their full load, their full loadout. Yeah, I guess my question is how is Iran going to respond? Again, to quote their foreign affairs minister from earlier today, if the Israeli regime commits the great error once again, our response will be decisive, definitive, and regretful for them. So, yeah. What exactly is the point of these feeler strikes? You can think of them in the sense of, like, if there were to be a full diplomatic breakdown, it doesn't necessarily mean that your next step is all-out war. So you can think of the trading of blows here as posturing, as, a form of diplomatic conversation on a geopolitical scale, since they aren't, like, talking directly to each other. The Iran and Israel aren't, like, having a back and forth via, like, emails or diplomatic cables. Instead, they have to respond in this way, to each other to kind of communicate their intentions. And, like, through proxies, through allies, like, it's a subtle game and a dangerous one. Yeah, it's when these attacks happen, you're trying to read the intention behind them, because roughly what their full capability as a military power is, and the fact that they are not going to 100% of their capacity indicates that there is room for de-escalation. So again, this is not like all hope is lost, it's time to go to war yet. Like, this is still an ongoing discussion in geopolitical terms, if that makes sense. Like, both Iran doesn't want to look weak to its citizens, Israel doesn't want to look weak to its citizens, and Israel also wants to try and pull the United States into a regional conflict on its side. Yeah. So there's a lot of different factors at play here. Well, yeah, Israel also would like if they could claim victimhood. Again, going back to, like, the Intercept's article, it is very, very interesting to me that the United States shot down most of the missiles when, like, Israel has good air defense systems. Like, they are a well-defended enclave in the Middle East. And, like, the fact that the United States shot down most of the missiles, the majority of the missiles, as opposed to Israel, indicates to me that Israel might have wanted more casualties and more damage from that attack in order to make a subsequent counterattack on their part seem more justifiable. As Bo of the Fifth Column would say, this is an international poker game and everyone is lying. Everyone has to look strong. Everyone is bluffing to an extent, but is also holding cards. Yeah, that's the other thing. If this was full all-out war, all of the cards would be on the table. and they aren't yet. What did the UN vote today on recognizing Palestine? Yeah, the United States used its security veto. So basically, from all I can tell, most countries, if not all countries, either voted for it or abstained, and the United States was the only veto. Which, not unexpected, still disappointing. But it does indicate, like, it is still very impressive to me that, like, you know, the United States in the past would be able to get some of its allies to vote along with it. And the fact that that isn't even the case anymore, like the US has to be the sole dissenting vote, indicates to me that, like, globally, Israel has lost what little support it remained to it, you know? They have isolated themselves almost completely. Yeah, well, in Forlorn 79, it was also that Iran communicated that the attack would happen both to Israel and to the US State Department. So, like, the United States knew it was coming, Israel knew it was coming, and yet Israel still only shot down a small fraction of the actual missiles and drones, which is interesting. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Dubai has canceled flights to Iran officially. I heard there wasn't that much damage, even though they didn't shoot down most of the drones. Again, is Iranian state media is reporting almost no damage whatsoever from this attack. It remains to be seen how much damage, like, the reported damage apparently seems to be on one military base within Isfahan, but that like, we're really relying on, like, Iran's reporting, and that has kind of been slow and spotty on this particular matter. Also, Coconuts Julius, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate it. Just think it's because Israel was at the end of that path. You know, I still would think that if your country is the one being targeted by missiles, you would scramble the most jets. You know, you would scramble the most air defense systems to shoot down the incoming attack. But that's just me. Again, my gut is telling me that, like, they wanted more damage than they got, but I have no like confirmation of that, obviously. Gonna be so mad if Israel destroyed the last active F-14s. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, we're also getting like some confused reporting. Because again, ABC is reporting that missiles have hit. Iran is saying no missiles. A U.S. State Department official says no missiles. Like it's all over the place. And apparently earlier today, the United States and Israel had a meeting about their planned like the Israeli military's attack on Rafah, which will be apparently imminent. The United States reportedly expressed concerns with various courses of action in Rafah, and Israeli participants agreed to take those concerns into account and to have further follow-up discussions between experts. Cool. But what if you just didn't, though? Hey, non-aesthetic witch. No, we're not World War level, and I don't think even in the worst case scenario would we be at World War level. Again, people are too quick to lay that label on things. And too quick to hyperbolize. And the reality of it is that a true world war would be a whole other beast than what we're talking about right now. Okay, so we have some reporting from The Guardian here. Despite the increasingly coordinated Iranian denials, there appear to be some consistent features in various threads of information concerning what happened around Isfahan, at least. Which is interesting because if this read of it is correct, the fact that these denials by Iran are coordinated would indicate to me that there is some pretty significant top-down involvement to try and ease tensions. Eyewitnesses at the city's airport describe hearing 3 explosions, while initial claims on Iranian state television described 3 drones observed in the sky. It's also worth recalling that early last year, Iran blamed Israel for a strike on a drone production facility in Isfahan. The New York Times also says it has spoken to 2 Israeli defense officials and 3 Iranian officials who apparently confirmed the strike on an airbase near the city, although there is officially no comment line from the Israeli military. No, it is not the end times. Oh, God. Above mild take, what most people envision as a potential World War III is a blatant misunderstanding of geopolitics and global economics. Yeah. Like, if we were going into World War III territory, there would be, like, a full mobilization of, like, the American public to war. You know, like, that's what we would be talking about. Like, nukes would be flying, like, cities would be getting, like, evaporated. Like, we're not there. We're not even close. It's good I had things scheduled, right? Do you have any updates from CNN or Al Jazeera? Interesting. So the latest from Al Jazeera, Iran has apparently lifted flight restrictions across the country to resume regular flights in all airports. that is big if true, because that would represent like a pretty big move towards normalization of like events and communications in Iran itself. Egypt floated the possibility of putting out its peace treaty. Let me take a look at that. Interesting. Though the reporting on this is like a couple months old. Egypt threatened to void its decades-old peace treaty with Israel. But I guess that line is still still in the sand, as it were. Like, they threatened this on February 11th or 12th, it appears, from the reporting I'm seeing. And I would imagine that's still on the table, though. Whether or not they'd actually action on that, I genuinely have no idea. I'm not familiar enough with Egypt's internal politics. I believe they're currently run by like a military dictatorship, so it's possible that it could be unilaterally done. Yeah, here's an official statement by the Civil Aviation Organization within Iran. We inform you that the operational restrictions imposed on the airports have been removed and the airlines are allowed to carry out scheduled flights. So, yeah. Hopefully that indicates that, like, the direction Iran wants to take this. No, Monica G, there's been like Egypt was ruled by the Muslim Brotherhood for a little bit. Like it's been Egypt is kind of a shit show, frankly. They've been ping-ponging back and forth between a lot of different things. The Arab Spring was messy as hell in Egypt. Also, happy birthday, Lily Love Stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to Egypt, like, the rule of like the Muslim Brotherhood like plays a huge role in like the regional politics of around Egypt and Israel. Like, it's one of the reasons why Egypt is not fond of Hamas and doesn't want to just let in millions of Palestinian refugees that could be affiliated with Hamas. Yeah, Nation of Islam is what you're thinking of there, Periwinkle. Egypt sounds pretty based. They are not. Ay. Okay. Until we have more updates, we're gonna put a bit of a pin, I think, in a lot of this. Because I think the messaging coming out of Iran at the moment seems to be that wait. It seems to to me this says, wait, we're not going to make a big deal about this now. We're not going to start pounding the drums of war. But we have communicated that there will be responses to this. But it might not be today. That seems to be what I'm picking up from this. They're going to take some time to think about their response. Isn't Egypt building a new capital? Yeah, there's a huge kerfuffle right now with them spending like tens of billions of dollars to build a new administrative capital. Which sounds dumb, but also, like, apparently the way that their capital is currently set up is for a much smaller bureaucracy and is basically completely untenable for, like, the actual day-to-day governance of the country. Yeah, it's also a huge construction project riddled with corruption. Like, it's not good. I was watching the 2-part segment you uploaded recently. I was in chat for and donated in, and I wish I cut it an hour ago so I could have caught the beginning. Well, I appreciate you watching videos on the YouTube channel that everyone should subscribe to. Folks, hit the, if you've been enjoying or getting anything out of this stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping some subs or donos because this stream is only made possible by viewers like you. And also, you should definitely go to the YouTube and subscribe, even if you don't like watching me live over there, because I upload new stuff every day. Every day. Tomorrow, the Monument Mythos modern day in analog horror segments are going up, so you should definitely check those out. It's a good time. I have YouTube Premium, so my view matters most. True. I'm doing my part. Imagine watching on YouTube. I mean, the true Chads watch over on riverboat.gg. It's true. Also, thank you to everyone viewing right now over on YouTube. But by the way, I appreciate all of you. I can tell, though, that we currently have about 170 people watching on the YouTube. So the fact that we have 58 likes on the stream is completely unforgivable. And also, hit all the buttons. Consider dropping subs and donos. Do the things. True Chads support the Patreon. True Chads that want, like, cool little swole doge emotes in the Discord support the Patreon. That's true. I need to pee very, very badly because I drank a ton of water before I came down here. So I'm going to go pee. And when I come back, if there have been any more updates on Iran, we'll go over them together. And if not, we'll talk about some other topics that we have on the docket for today. And I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Keep holding on when my brain's ticking like a bomb. Guess the black dogs have come again to get me. Sweet bitter words, unlike nothing I've heard. Sing along, mockingbird.
Hello, hello. It's true, Monica G. I do have good waiting music. It does have the byproduct of making the streams unmonetizable, but that's okay. You know, if you guys watch for free, that's a-okay for me. I just like having you guys here. Sometimes I worry that Jack has IBS. My partner has IBS. She's taking a long time using the bathroom. No, I'm on HRT, and it means I pee a lot. And sometimes I have to poop. But that's unrelated to the medication. Oh, God. Also, Lily Love Stuff. I believe you said it was your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lily Love Stuff. Happy birthday to you. And many more. So you should send Jack some of your hard-earned monies. I agree with that brilliant commenter named Paladin Lost. Is that a symptom? A side effect? Yeah, part of the side effect of... I believe it's the testosterone suppressors. They make you pee a lot. And unfortunately, there's... outside of the United States, there are better anti-androgens that like suppress testosterone, but like that don't make you pee. But in the United States, they're not available. Unfortunately, yeah, spironolactone just makes you pee like crazy, and like if I drink a lot of water, like it goes through my system in a matter of like, you know, an hour. Yeah, the spironolactone. This lady's voice is not a side effect, else we should all get on that stuff. True. True. Wait, they have pill tea outside of the United States? I didn't know that. That's so cool. Gamer G, congrats on your HRT appointment in 1 week. Look at you go. It's been so cool. It's been so cool to see you like grow with this community. It's been really amazing. And you know, not just you. There have been so many folks in the chat who have gone through so many different like revelations about themselves and like coming to terms with their identity, and I think that's really cool. I mean, you can be more sensitive to potassium, but you don't have to like avoid bananas. Just don't eat like a bushel of bananas every day, because you will get potassium poisoning. Yes, and I'm still mad about it. I have to prick myself once per week, for fuck's sake. I really don't want to do injectable estrogen. Okay. Anyway, folks, consider hitting that subscribe button, dropping some subs and donos, because they are very, very useful for me to continue living. But with that, let's just take a look here. Have there been any updates on this? Most of the updates seem to just be the Middle East is on edge, which, yeah, no shit. I am happy to report that today I got retweeted by the Majority Report, which is pretty cool. And even more cool, is I got retweeted by the Majority Report for dunking on noted transphobe Jesse Singal. So that's pretty cool. Basically, he was really upset that the Majority Report had Aaron Reed on to talk about the flawed research of the Cass report, which I haven't talked a lot about on this show, just because I haven't like really dived into like the contents of the Cass report. But my understanding is that they eliminated like 98%, like a absurdly high number of the studies on the positive effects of HRT. It's horrifically flawed, and Aaron Reed did a really great breakdown of how it is flawed. And Jesse Singal, of course, tweets out, "The Majority Report cannot survive unless it creates a hermetically sealed universe in which its audience's priors are constantly reinforced. No meaningful dissent allowed. So they had Aaron Reed on to discuss the Cass report, and that'll be it for their coverage of the subject. Misinformation in the BreadTube universe is a pretty big problem, and one, I don't consider the Majority Report part of BreadTube. I consider BreadTube to be like video essayists, and the Majority Report isn't in the business of making leftist video essays. And second of all, the Humanist Report, gotta love that guy. And yeah, I just have to say, like, yeah, these people, I agree with this meme. Anyone watching this is already lost. Like, these people are like absolutely awful. You know, they are disgusting, as it were. But I, of course, saw this and was just like, hey, Jesse Singal, I hate that guy. He's that guy that GLAAD has singled out as like a transphobic bigot. And also, every piece of reporting that he's ever done on trans people seems to be horrifically biased. And so I tweeted out, Jesse Singal has been one of the biggest proponents of the conception of transness as a social disease in mainstream media, which is true. Jesse Singal, even like a year ago, was pushing rapid onset gender dysphoria as like an actual thing, when the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria originated from a study so flawed that it had to be revised like 4 or 5 times, because it purported to be a study about like how teenagers were like learning about transness and then suddenly becoming trans, and it was such a rapid thing that it was scaring everybody, and it's bad. And like, if you look into that study, it turns out, well, it didn't actually study the kids who were coming out as trans. It studied their parents' reaction, and not just their parents, but like the parents were selected from transphobic websites, from transphobic message boards. And so this is like you went to the neo-Nazi website Stormfront, and you uncovered that apparently there's a massive crisis of, you know, black people, invading the United States. Wow, that's so not surprising if that's how you selected your population to like get opinion from. And so it wasn't even about the trans kids. It was just a survey of transphobic parents, you know? And that study had to be revised several times because rapid onset gender dysphoria isn't a thing. However, that didn't stop a lot of transphobic people and publications and future studies from running with that concept. And one of the major proponents of that has been Jesse Singal, who, again, if you think about where he might have gotten this rhetoric from, well, just remember the concept of like transness or queerness as a social disease, a social contagion. Well, that goes all the way back to Nazi Germany, where the conception of homosexuality and queerness in general was that it was a disease affecting the people throughout Germany. And much like a disease, you could treat it by sending, anyone afflicted with it to re-education camps or through, other horrific treatments that usually involved like forced rape, castration, being sent to death camps, etc. Yes, and also somniostatic. That is an important element here, that with Nazi rhetoric, the social disease of being gay was allegedly created by the Jews. And Jesse Singal weirdly plays into a lot of that same rhetoric. He doesn't say it's made by the Jews, but he does use the same kind of language and rhetoric that was used in Nazi Germany against gay and lesbian people. So weird. Anyway, it's pretty rich to see him cry misinformation about Majority Report when his entire platform is built on transphobic confirmation bias, which it is. He writes articles to give cover for transphobes. Basically his entire life's mission as it regards to covering trans topics is to give to give liberals plausible deniability for their transphobia. Oh, I'm not transphobic. Look, I'm just quoting this article from The Atlantic. That's kind of like his entire shtick. Yeah, exactly. BB. Homosexuality created by the Jews to weaken the Aryan, yeah, etc., etc., etc. Your partner made apple rhubarb crumble? That sounds delicious. I feel like rhubarb elevates a lot of things. Well, and that's the thing, Snugin. Like, Jesse Singal's rhetoric and arguments are designed to make it seem like they're not overtly hateful. Like they're not the audience of people going around using like transphobic slurs, but it is rhetoric designed to like disempower and disenfranchise like trans people, Yeah, I somniostatic. That I think is a more correct way of stating that, a more succinct way of stating it. Concern trolling about transness. Carmen Benoit, thank you very much for the $2 Canadian. I appreciate that super chat over on YouTube. Anyway, I'm glad to be acknowledged by the Majority Report, and if they would ever invite me on as a guest, I would be happy to talk about online political organizing and also just like shoot the shit. Let's see. Also, I just wanted to highlight this because I find it funny. I don't think there's a ton of substance to talk about here, but I do find it funny. So everyone is aware that Russell Brand has been accused of like sexual like assault and sex crimes and stuff, you know? Like people know that, right? Like he, in an effort to kind of deflect from a lot of the allegations against him, he has of course started to go down the tradcath convert pipeline. You know, he's trying to grift off of Catholicism, folks, and I feel like we all know what that means when you are a conspiracy like hippy dippy nonsense curator and you decide that you're going to be a tradcath, you're going to embrace Catholicism. Basically, like, you're half a step away from like saying, I'm Catholic, but that Vatican II, I don't accept that, which is basically, at that point, you're basically just a Nazi. Let's be real here. Anyway, what does Russell Brand do these days?
Hello, for our meditation today, we're going to do something a little
God, he sounds so fucking creepy. I dislike how he speaks so much.
bit different. We're going to chant the Holy Rosary. Now, I don't know all of the prayers, like it begins and ends with certain prayers, but today we'll be looking at the chant itself. As you can see, you use the Rosary. This one was given to me by my mate Joe, who said that even though the crucifix is broken, Christ remains intact. You'll note that there are 5 sets of 10 beads with little interruptions. Now, I know that you chant Hail Mary on each of these, and you chant Lord's Prayer and Glory Be on the interstitial pieces. You can join in with me if you choose to, or you can just listen. Plus, you can...
Why is he talking like this? Why is he somehow, through a computer screen, being a close talker? How has he achieved this? What technology has he used?
Add the additional beginning and closing prayers, which I don't know so well. Let me know what you think of this prayer. Our Father, who art in
sex
heaven,
criminal
hallowed be thy name.
ASMR.
Thy kingdom
Yeah.
come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail
God, what a twist it would be if this suddenly cured me of my my transness. I suddenly became cisgender. Hearing him do the Rosary. What a fantastic grift that would be for me, huh?
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father.
I was
to the
raised
Son,
Catholic,
and to
that's
the
how
Holy
it goes.
Spirit,
Yeah.
as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen.
You know, just as an FYI for anyone who isn't super familiar with like Christianity, there's literally a part of the New Testament that like tells people, hey, don't pray in front of everybody. If you're the kind of person who goes up and prays in front of the church and like receives all of the accolades of like how reverent and holy you are, you're doing the wrong thing. Like, prayer should be done in private, shouldn't be done in front of everybody. And if you are doing it in front of everybody, that it actually renders the prayer functionally meaningless because you're receiving the praise and accolades of those around you. You are messaging to others for their approval, not because you actually care about God, which is exactly what he's doing here.
O my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell, lead all souls to heaven, especially those in most need of thy mercy. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass.
That's true. His lamp is cool. It should be liberated into a cooler place with a not weird sex criminal.
Us against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit
Can we
of
not
thy
listen
womb,
to him
Jesus.
anymore? No, we have
Holy
to finish
Mary,
the
Mother of
rosary
God,
very night
pray
be
for
duck.
us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. These are the prayers we do as part of our community. If you'd like to become a member of our community, click the link in the description. I've just done the chant. I'm a little blissed out.
I'm a little blissed out. You chanted for like a minute and a half, bitch. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Someone save that dog. Blissed out. We weren't gonna do the whole thing, guys. Even I'm not that strong. Also, folks, to make it up to you guys for not streaming so much this week, I am going to stream on Saturday and also Sunday. And I do want to apologize in advance if my stream on Saturday is a bit wonky, to say the least. It's gonna be a day. It's a holiday, folks. Are we getting wonked? Yeah, we're getting wonked. I'm gonna be a little wonky, as it were. Aru. Yeah, I'm gonna get wonked on rosary prayers. You thought I was gonna get high? I'm getting high on Jesus. I think on Saturday, I think we're going to we're probably gonna do more kitchen nightmares and Hell's Kitchen. It's gonna be a very low key stream, everybody, but I think that might be just the thing you guys need. Dawkins is only culturally religious. Okay, can someone explain to me like what the deal is around Dawkins saying he's like culturally Christian? Because like that makes sense to me as like someone who like grew up embedded in like fundamentalist Christianity and is now no longer in that, but like culturally like I still have a connection to that. Does that make sense? Like, is that like a wrong thing for me to say? Is this video on Rumble? The video was on Twitter, but I'm sure the full thing is on Rumble. Can't wait to see Mike on stream. I can't wait to see Mike on stream either. It's been too long. And if you guys want me to get on Leftist Mafia, go bother them about it. I don't have the ability to invite myself onto their show. Your band? Wait, 10-letter name. You have a band? What's your band called? Humanist Report, Mike? Yeah, on the 30th we have him on as guest. He's just Islamophobic, basically. Well, yeah, he's Richard Dawkins. Of course he's he's Islamophobic and maybe homophobic. I don't know. Oh. Well, I mean, like, Richard Dawkins is an asshole. I thought people were mad because he was saying he's, like, culturally Christian, and that's something that has made sense to me. As a concept, but if like he's just saying I'm culturally Christian, I think everyone else should be too. I think that's pretty fucked up. Wait, so right-wing new atheists have basically decided they can't win the cultural war against Christians, so they're willing to ally with Christians to destroy Islam and leftists? Man, they don't make atheists the way they used to, do they? What a disgusting thing to do. culturally Christian is a thing that's pretty obvious to basically everyone who's raised non-Christian. I think he's just being a fucking dork. Okay, cool. So, like, when Dawkins says it, he's not talking about actually being culturally Christian. He's talking about, like, an alliance to eliminate, like, Islam, essentially. What a ding-dong. Guru. Hey, tipster, how you doing? Oh, hey, I just want us to take a look at this just really quick, because Donald Trump is not having a good one, folks. They got the jury selected. They got the jury. They got the jury, folks. And Donald Trump is not doing okay. Don't try and tell me he's all right, dog.
And it's a shame. It's a shame. And I'm sitting here for days now, from morning till night, in that freezing room. Freezing. Everybody was freezing in there. And all for this, and this is your result. Look at that. Each one of them a story. And it's very unfair. Very bad thing. Very bad thing. The whole world is watching this hoax. And it's a shame.
It was so cold in that room. So cold. Real, like, my God. He can't even, like, defend himself, folks. I think he might actually, this might be a they got him on tax evasion type thing. That it might legitimately be that they get him only on these 34, like, fraud charges. But that would be so goddamn funny. He's sweating so much over this particular case. And I've got to tell you guys, I thought for sure this was not going to be the case that would, like, get him ruffled. Like, I didn't think much of this case. I thought this was, like, maybe, like, the least interesting of all of these cases. But, like, the fact that he's sweating over it and, like, this upset and, like, this nervous, they might actually have him dead to rights on this one. As long as it keeps him out of the White House. I mean, I don't know if it'll keep him out of the White House, but it'll sure as hell be harder to run a campaign from inside a jail. He's just a poor little birthday boy, guys. Did you know they can't seat a jury on your birthday? And he's just a poor little birthday boy. Oh, I got you, Paladin. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. Well, so here's the thing about the fines, Periwinkle. Donald Trump is having a lot of trouble getting money. In fact, he had so much trouble getting posting bond for this particular case that they had to lower the bond by like $300 million. Like, even if it's a massive, colossal fine, dude is not gonna be okay. Dude is not gonna be okay with that. Like, he took over the entire Republican Party and is having the entire RNC, like, funnel its money into his coffers for his legal defense, and it's still not enough. Guys, there is a non-zero chance here that Donald Trump, as in an attempt to save himself, completely and utterly bankrupts the Republican Party. And once if he loses after that, like, they're boned. They are on empty. They've got nothing. Like, this, to me, this is like a last gasp. And if they succeed here, we're fucked. But if they lose, I think that opens up the next real front of like political organizing warfare as being within the Democratic Party. Like, which faction of the Democratic Party controls is able to like consolidate power, is going to be like the new dominant force in America, you know? Remember, Trump gets incompetent lawyers? Well, I mean, like, he can't get the competent ones. None of the competent ones want anything to do with him, you know? One can only hope. Remember, we're in the timeline where Kissinger died comfy at 100. Well, my hope is that Donald Trump dies uncomfily at 100 from inside of a prison. You know, I wouldn't mind if Donald Trump lived a long, long life if the rest of it was behind bars. Yeah, no, exactly, German Cow JJ. Like, this is kind of it. Like, this is all of the stored ammunition, all of the political favors they have left. And like Republicans are still kowtowing to Trump for now. Like, Speaker Johnson is like possibly on the way out because of Trump's influence. But like, once he's gone, there is no figure to unite them. There's no way for them to like really rally voters outside of Donald Trump at this point. Like, they've got nothing. They've put all of their eggs in his basket, and if his basket suddenly goes up in flames, those eggs are falling on the ground and splatting. They have just the Supreme Court. Yeah, and I'm really disappointed that Justice Thomas is still alive. Unfortunately. I don't know that there was any like actual excuse for how, like, why he didn't show up to court or like respond to court. But you know, hey. So if Trump goes to jail and the RNC goes broke, that's the end of the GOP as it fractures and balkanizes. That's kind of my read of it, Lady Raincloud. Like, all of their dreams die. And my guess would be, and this is just my guess, and it could be completely wrong, is that a lot of the money and big donors that currently go for like consolidating power in the GOP would shift their support to corporate Dems. Because I think they would correctly read that like Democrats are the only viable like political structure for like the foreseeable future, and so they're going to start trying to buy favors within the Democratic Party, which could lead interestingly to a break within the Democratic Party as well, along like progressive versus liberal lines. Which, yeah, they'll start another blue dog Democrat movement. You know, try and get as many people like Joe Manchin into office as possible. You know, that would be my guess, though. We'd have to see as the events transpire, obviously. God, it would also be very funny, John Bogardus, if he just couldn't keep E. Jean Carroll's name out of his mouth. Just kept getting sued by her for more and more money. That would be the real dark horse case to bring down Trump, by the way. Like, he just keeps getting slapped with larger and larger fines because he can't stop slandering E. Jean Carroll until he and the RNC are completely broke. Yeah, and that's the thing, Carly. Like, my hope is that by organizing in this election cycle right now against the threat of fascism, we build our community and our like communal power up for us to better focus on seizing political power within the Democratic Party in the next cycle. you know? Like, once the threat of fascism is off the table for at least a little while, like, we can start focusing on these primaries, baby. Jack, if Democrats keep the Senate and presidency, they have until at least 2029 to appoint judges, if not longer, if the Dems win the presidency in 2028. Senate map is too favorable to Dems in 2026 and 2028. We just have to get past November. Yep, I agree. Like, basically, for the foreseeable future, everything goes in the Democrats' favor if we make it past this election. Fuck it, I'll run for office. Yes, as many of you as possible that can run for like local, state, or national office. Let's make it happen, baby. Let's do it. I am currently involved in organizing an event for Jamal Bowman, and like we're gonna make some really cool things happen, folks. We're gonna make some really cool things happen. So let's do it. I would never run for office. I can barely run my own life, let alone public office. That's fair. That's fair. I keep telling myself I'll do some phone banking at least, whatever little I can push myself to do. Well, we will be having hookups for all of you to do phone banking and door-to-door knocking in the upcoming election cycle. It's just a question of when and where, but I can promise you we will have a pathway for you guys to get involved in that way. I'm having a hookup tonight. Well, congratulations, Salmon Moose. Can't even convince my family of my political positions, let alone upstate New York. But that's the thing, right? You don't have to convince people. Like that's one of the misconceptions. Like you're going to be going door to door or like calling phone numbers to like debate people into voting Democrat. Like that's not how that works. You know, they send you to places and to people that are most likely to turn out to vote, and your goal is just to remind them of like when and where and why they should turn out to vote. And so like it's actually a lot easier of a job than people tend to assume, you know? Knock knock, Discord or ban. I miss those days. And by those days I mean 2 weeks ago when that anti-abortion person called in. That was fun. All right. You're not debating people to vote. You're debate broing people. You're basically reminding people. You're not debate broing people. You're basically reminding people to vote. Having personal conversations. It's way less toxic than the internet. True. Good night, Migs. Well, yeah, and persuasion is fine if you know the people you're talking to, you know? Like, the same way, like, when I'm talking to someone I disagree with and we're having a back and forth, my goal is never to convince them that they're wrong. I mean, if that happens, that's cool, but my goal is to convince you guys of the correct position, you know? Or their audience of the correct position. All right. Anyway, can we just like talk real quick, folks? Republicans are evil, and when I say that, I mean Republican politicians are evil. You know, like really evil. Like in places across the country, there have been pushes to get, you know, school lunch free for every kid, or like, you know, school lunch free breakfast, etc. Like that's kind of been the goal. And yet Republicans at every turn have said, no, we don't want to give children a free lunch or a free breakfast. They should starve and pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That's essentially the argument, you know? And, well, I just wanted to throw this up here because it's unspeakably evil. Let me need an incognito window because apparently this website is being finicky AF. Just gonna switch over here to this one. There we go. Louisiana lawmakers vote to remove lunch breaks for child workers and cut unemployment benefits. So, you know, if you thought, well, child workers should just pull themselves up by their bootstraps so that they can afford a lunch, well, that's too bad, because child workers don't get lunch breaks anymore in Louisiana. What? Yeah. Yep. Let's just take a look here. A Louisiana House committee voted Thursday to repeal a law requiring employers to give child workers lunch breaks and to cut unemployment benefits, part of a push by Republicans to remove constraints on employers and reduce aid for injured and unemployed workers. And I just need to stop and point out, again, I don't think that there's any other way to interpret this other than Republican lawmakers stand in favor of starving children. Like, it's not that, like, they're gonna get used to the free lunch. It's not that they're gonna get used to the free breakfast and therefore become, like, you know, lazy, slovenly people, like adults. It's not that. Because you're also out there cutting the guaranteed lunch breaks that they got as child workers in the workplace. They were guaranteed a lunch break, which again isn't even a free lunch. It's just being guaranteed the time to eat their lunch. But that's been taken away. So now your employer can force you to not have a lunch break and to just go hungry if you're a child who is employed in Louisiana. These people are evil, and there's no real other way to interpret it, in my opinion. Oh, when you said child workers, I thought you meant care workers. No, 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 no. I meant literal children who have been employed. Because over the last couple years, Republicans in state legislatures around the United States have been easing restrictions on child labor, trying to make it easier to employ children, easier to coerce children into needing to work, easier to exploit children in the workplace, and now you don't even need to give them a lunch break. I'm sure that the Republicans involved would say that it's to build character or something like that. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Who sponsored this? Who was behind this? And my God, would it surprise you to know it's probably a guy who has a lot of child workers in his businesses? First-term state representative Roger Wilder, a Republican from representing Denham Springs, who sponsored the child labor measure and owns Smoothie King franchises across the Deep South, said he filed the bill in part because children want to work without having to take lunch breaks. You know, all of those children in his Smoothie King franchises that are just clamoring, "Oh, boss, I don't want to have to take a lunch break. It's such an evil imposition on me to eat food and have time during the day to eat food. That's just evil. Why must I have to have a lunch break?" And, you know, of course, all of the managers of the various Smoothie King franchises are required by company policy to put a hand on the child's shoulder and say, "Well, Jimmy, it's because the evil pro-union Democrats have forced you to have the lunch break that you don't want. And legally, we can't deny it to you unless the man who owns our company, Roger Wilder, is able to pass this legislation that would allow us to, out of the beneficence of our hearts," you know, I can't even finish the bit. Cancel your lunch breaks. God, you know, just all of the children clamoring to not be able to eat. He questioned why Louisiana has the requirement while other states where he owns Smoothie King locations such as Mississippi don't have them, and criticized people who have questioned the bill's purpose. He literally walked into Louisiana legislature, was like, "But in other but brothers, all right, in other states, I can force my children to work all day, every day, until they die of exhaustion, all right, and starvation. But here in Louisiana, I gotta make sure that they have time to eat, and that's cutting into my bottom line. Why, if this keeps up, I do declare I will have to close these Smoothie King locations." And then all of the other Republicans clapped and nodded along. Quote, "The wording is, 'We're here to harm children. Give me a break,'" he said. "These are young adults." Fuck this guy specifically and completely and utterly. Fuck Representative Roger Wilder, Republican of Denham Springs. And fuck everyone who voted for him. Specifically. They're not children. They're young adults. Then hire adults, Roger. If you want, hire adults. But something tells me you want to hire children because you can pay them a lower wage. Because you're just that kind of fucking guy. And you know what? The committee approved his bill 10-3. Fuck every Republican that voted for this. That, I don't know how evil you have to be to look at this and be like, well, you know, those children, they don't need lunch breaks. Hey, I'm just... Roger and every other Republican involved in this. Roger Wilder, do you get lunch breaks as part of the legislature of the state of Louisiana? Do you guys get to eat your lunch? Do you guys have scheduled lunches? Why do you deserve more rights than the children who work for you? Why do you deserve to be treated better than the children you exploit for their labor? Is it because he's a wealthy man? Do wealthy men just deserve to be treated better? I don't think that's so, but apparently Republicans in Louisiana think that, well, if you're a rich adult, you get to have lunch breaks. But if you're a kid working in a Smoothie King franchise across the Deep South, you just don't deserve the luxury of time to eat a lunch. I can't. I can't even. Additionally, of course, as you might have known from the beginning here, I did mention that they also want to restructure the unemployment benefits in Louisiana and advanced a House Bill, House Bill 119. And Republicans are trying to spin it as a way to get more people into paying jobs. And to try and get people off of unemployment faster. Now, what might this restructuring do, you might wonder? Basically, it just cuts how long you can draw unemployment by a month and a half. So currently, if you enter the unemployment system in Louisiana, you get 26 weeks of unemployment. You know, that's 26 weeks to find a new job. Because sometimes it takes you a bit to find a new job. You know, no surprise here for anyone who's ever been looking for a job before. Well, you'll have 6 weeks less to try and find a job now. Because they want to cut 26 weeks down to 20 weeks. Cool. Cool stuff. Yeah. Also, you might be like, well, 20 weeks is still good,
White
right?
name genocide.
This one, thank you for gifting with Otro a sub. I'm just going to quote directly from this here. The bill would also make the amount of time people can collect benefits dependent on the state unemployment rate, meaning workers would not be able to take advantage of the 20-week maximum under the current unemployment rate. It sets a 12-week cap on those benefits when Louisiana's statewide unemployment rate is at 5% or less. So basically, it's not cutting it from 26 weeks to 20, it's cutting it from 26 weeks to 12 weeks. It's more than halving the amount of time you would have to try and find a new job. Only when the unemployment rate rises above 8.5% would workers be able to claim benefits for the maximum 20 weeks. And wow, wouldn't you know it? Louisiana's unemployment rate is currently 4.2%, meaning that if anyone was suddenly without a job currently, they would have 12 weeks of unemployment left. Yeah, literally, very knifey duck, we'd have to have a Great Depression-like event for the full 20 weeks that was already cut from 26 weeks. I think that there's basically no other way to read this other than it's straight up evil. And if you're like a person who votes Republican in Louisiana, like, you're not going to benefit from this. It's not like they're paying out less benefits, and so you're going to have to pay less in taxes. That's not how that works. Like, just theoretically, the benefit you get is that more people are going to be working faster. So, like, jobs and positions would, in theory, be filled more quickly. But, like, that doesn't help you directly at all unless you happen to be a wealthy person who owns a business that is reliant on abusing workers into high turnover rate situations. You know, like, say, if you, for example, owned a bunch of Smoothie King franchises that were reliant on exploiting child labor, and you had high turnover because the working conditions were so bad for the children that they would quit after like 4 weeks. You know, that might be one of the only situations in which you'd benefit. Also, and I just want to throw this last one out here. There was another law being pushed through the Louisiana legislature to change the way worker comp payments work. Currently, I'm gonna quote this part from this local news article. Currently, workers' comp wage benefits are calculated by multiplying a worker's hourly wage by the average number of hours they worked in the 4 weeks preceding the workplace accident. The new proposed bill wants to jettison that system and instead calculate the weekly wages by taking the total amount of money they received in the 52 weeks before the accident divided by 52. Which completely and utterly screws somebody over if, for example, they got a raise that year. Or they, were given more or less hours throughout the year. This proposal essentially doesn't look at the current circumstances of the worker and instead takes like a full year and tries to evenly divide it by week. So basically, if you do get injured on the job, you get screwed over on how much you get paid. And of course, the committee approved it along party lines, so it was approved 10-3. Shocking. Anyway, to really reiterate, Louisiana Republicans moved to eliminate lunch breaks for children, to slash unemployment by over 50%, and to screw over workers who get injured on the job. Congrats, Republicans. Why don't you just throw children back into the mines while you're at it? You know, like I hear children have tiny hands. Why not just have them reach into like malfunctioning wood chippers to dislodge whatever's in there? You know? While you're at it, why not just like force injured workers to come to work every day and, you know, put them to work in some capacity if they want their workers' comp? You know, while we're at it, why not just make it a crime punishable by the death penalty if you're unemployed? Why even bother with this slashing by like 55% to unemployment? Just, you know, threaten to kill people if they're unemployed. You know, come on. Why these half measures? You know, anyone who's been unemployed for more than a week, they get stuck in the Iron Maiden, okay? As a lesson to everybody. They want slavery back so bad. Oh god. They are obsessed with recreating it. Wait, no, that's the next bill, you fool. God. I just can't. Also, hello, Entrama. How are you doing, lovely? Do you think Republicans will go after child labor laws for child stars and musicians? Not that it's good in any sense, but it's scary to have those meager protections and allowances for school and stuff removed. I mean, I think that Republicans are dedicated to eliminating any and all protections for child labor. I think Republicans in these state legislatures who've been bought and paid for by, you know, businesses that would like to employ a lot of children at like half the wage of a full adult worker, I think they would really love any and all protections to be eliminated to allow them to effectively exploit a workforce of people who are not mature enough in their brains to understand the level of exploitation that is being enacted upon them. I think they're salivating at the mouth for that. Absolutely heinous. Okay, so now we have just to give you an update on what's going on in Iran. The International Atomic Energy Agency has also independently verified that there has been no damage to Iran's nuclear sites. So, further confirmation of that is always a good thing, I think, in this particular case. Iranian state television is still saying and reiterating time and time again that there has been no damage around Isfahan, which is probably not true, but indicates where Iran is kind of trying to take things here. Okay. on that, I'm a bounce. All right, Sassy Booper, you get good sleep. Well, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, and I know that tonight it's stressful, so maybe enjoy might be a tough word, but if you've been finding this interesting, thought-provoking, educational, please do hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please do consider dropping subs or donos, because it is only through viewer support that I'm able to continue doing shows like this. Viewers like you, thank you. It's true, like the goddamn stream. We're at 92 likes, guys. I know we can hit 100. I know we can do that. I believe in you. I know that right now there's literally 170 of you watching the YouTube stream. And honestly, it's kind of crazy that we have like 200 viewers right now with like no raids whatsoever. That's a little intimidating, not gonna lie. I'm doing my part. Hell yeah. Central Scrutinizer, thank you for the 100 bits over on Twitch. I appreciate you. We have 40 in here. I think we're doing better than YouTube. YouTube has 120 right now. Plus whoever's viewing on the Riverboat site. All 5 of my YouTube accounts have liked. Excellent. Unload the like cannons. Oh no, is that actual RBJ success? It might be. Might be. Unconfirmed. Unconfirmed reports. Have I told you lately that I love you? You haven't, and I accept it. Thank you very much. We're over 100 now? I believe in you, YouTube chat. I believed in you. Also, Crystal Hazer, how you doing? All right. Also, folks, happy to report my weight loss journey continues. So far, I've lost about 23 pounds since my start. It's going pretty well. Non-parasocially, think you're pretty swell. I think you're pretty swell too. And a no parasocial Reno. Yeah, I'm only like 15 pounds away from my goal at the moment. Ideally, I'd like to lose like another 35, but I'm focusing on my first goal first. I really love that I get rage headaches. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll do you know what? Let's talk. It's been a while since we checked in with old shit and pants. Let's see what he's let's see what he's up to, huh? Let's see here. Ah, yes, this is what I wanted to take a look at. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent stuff.
Canada.
Oh God, why?
Oh, go figure. Look.
All right, folks. Hello. John Doe, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. You know, between YouTube and Twitch right now, we're showing up riverboat.gg. My God. Am I aware of Aunt Myrna's party cheese salad? That sounds suspicious. It's time. It's time for us to enter a realm where there is only war. The Quartering, someone, to my knowledge, who has no experience whatsoever talking about Warhammer or like experiencing Warhammer or playing Warhammer, is
Farts. Farts, fart, farts. Farts, 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 farts. Farts for the fart gods. Farts from the farty dog.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose. Let's go! Restoring the riverboat.gg's honor. My God. Did Warhammer go woke again? It's literally the title of the Quartering's video on Warhammer is Warhammer Gets Woke. So that's fun. The Quartering doesn't know anything about Warhammer, and for those of you, I haven't seen this video yet, okay? I haven't seen this video, but Warhammer is a satirical setting making fun of fascism and its ineptitude, as well as, like, the crushing reality of, like, authoritarian bureaucracy. And I have not seen this video. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Quartering has extremely nuanced takes about Warhammer, but I doubt it. I doubt it quite a bit. And I'm excited for this. So, like Starship Troopers, kinda? Yeah, Somniostatic. It's basically like, you know, everything that, like, fascists fantasize about, like, you know, extreme consolidated authoritarian power, you know, like everything that they fantasize about, you know, the militarism and whatnot. Helldivers, but older, kinda, yeah. With like kind of like some fantastical twists, right? And for those of you who are unaware of like what Warhammer is about, essentially it's 40,000 years in the future, and the main faction is the Imperium of Man. The Imperium of Man is run by a man known as the God Emperor of Mankind, who sits upon a literal golden throne, and he guides humanity to greatness in a galaxy in which humanity is beset on all sides by various alien factions that want to wipe out mankind. Except that the glorious Emperor of Mankind who sits upon the golden throne is like a decaying corpse who was actually basically killed like 10,000 years ago, and also the only thing keeping him alive on the throne is the daily sacrifice of like 15,000 people who are fed into the machinery of the throne. And also he had to create a race of super soldiers who are so like monstrously disgusting to average human, like you're like an actual human being, that anyone who sees them like freezes up in fear and revulsion, because they are disgusting like contortions of what it means to be a human. And also if you reach a level of dissatisfaction with your life on any of the planets in the Imperium, it is possible that you and your soul might be contacted by a creature from the warp. And what is the warp, you might ask? And the warp is effectively this pocket dimension that humans use to move faster than light, except that the warp is made out of psychic energy and is inhabited by demons. And the creatures that live in the warp really want to get into the material realm and kill everybody. And basically that almost destroyed the entire galactic existence of humanity. And so now, if you have a level of dissatisfaction that is perceived to be dangerous, there is an entire branch of this authoritarian government dedicated to rooting you out and murdering you, like, summarily, because you have potential disloyalty to the Emperor of Mankind. And if enough of you exist on one planet at a time, they will just kill everybody on the planet. So like it's a horrific setting about like how absolutely awful and ineffective and inefficient it is to be a fascist. And it's just this clusterfuck of errors that constantly compounds upon itself to make any given situation worse and worse and worse. And of course, then you have other factions as well. Like, there are the stand-in faction for like kind of an authoritarian communism is oh god, what are they called? I'm blanking right now. Archangel. What's the name of the faction? The communist faction. Come on, the Tau. Thank you, Snugan. There's a communist faction called the Tau, and they all believe in the greater good, you know, and they bring all kinds of races together for the greater good, but also, like, you can only actually rule them if you are from the Tau, and if you're not from the Tau, then you have to be, like, kind of like in a subservient role to the empire that they're building. They have re-education camps, you know, they'll coerce you and change you to think more like them. You know, and also they're hopelessly naive to the point of like being trounced by almost anything that encounters them. Though some of them have proven to be effective. Yeah, I guess maybe like comparable less to like USSR and more like Maoist China. And like there are just a lot of different factions here that are it's very fun. It's a fun setting. It's a setting where like different factions represent different ideologies. Like orcs represent anarchy, Tyranids like kind of like a return to monkey. Though they're more like animalistic than anything else. And like the orcs are my favorite faction, right? Because basically they're a space fungus that grow into like humanoid shapes, and they just believe that anyone who's bigger and stronger is the leader, and also they believe that well, frankly, anything that they believe collectively starts becoming true in reality, which is kind of an amazing superpower. So like my favorite example of this is they generally believe that if they paint something red, it will move faster. And because they believe that, if they paint their things red, they actually do move faster. It's to the point where basically they have like inventors who like smash together random bits of machinery, and because they believe in it so much, they believe that it will work so much, it becomes like a gigantic, like, you know, super mech that's capable of destroying entire cities. You know, like they're a fun faction. They're simple brained, but they're very fun. Red goes faster, yellow explodes bigger, purple is invisible, and blue is stronger. Yep. They're very silly. But like, it's a fun setting. But like, at its heart, it has always been critical to an extremely obvious degree that of the Imperium of Man. You know? Twitch chat seems at a lower priority. You're not. There's just not as many of you talking in there. Sorry. Yeah, the Tau have a lot of sussiness going on that's never been explicitly talked about. But I will say, I've now given you a relatively brief overview of the setting. There's a ton more to get into about Warhammer, but at a baseline, you need to know that the original Warhammer game was designed as a satire. It coined the term grimdark, which is basically just supposed to be like it's all brooding and serious to the point that it is laughable. That's kind of like the entire premise of Warhammer. And yeah. So anyway, let's see what the Quartering has to say. You know, the Quartering, one of the best guys to ever talk about how he shat himself in a Walmart and left a trail of shit throughout the entire building, and laughed about it with Rosie O'Donnell, who also, I guess, bonded with the Quartering over both of them shitting their pants. That's a thing that you can watch on my YouTube channel. It's insane that it exists. And yeah, Roseanne Barr, the actress / comedian. Oh, sorry, not Rosie O'Donnell. My bad. I get them confused. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to Rosie O'Donnell. Is Rosie O'Donnell even still alive? Is she okay? Anyway, moving on. Let's see what the Quartering has to say about this. And I need to shift this over. There we go.
Oh, go figure. Look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this? You know what I mean? Yeah. Just look at it. Just look at it. Yeah, well. What the heck is that?
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. Well, we all saw it coming. Warhammer, of course, getting woke, just like all the great video games and board games of our time. I also often lament how lame games like Magic the
Oh, okay. So just to get into this really quick, because I now see the tweet he's referencing. So in Warhammer lore, the genetically engineered super soldiers of the Imperium are shown to be, for them, like in every depiction up to now, have been male. And They're called the Astartes. And then there's another group of even more badass super warriors dedicated to defending the Emperor of Mankind on his golden throne. And they're called the Custodes. Custodes. Now, the Custodes have also been shown to be male. However, a couple of days ago, Warhammer's official Twitter account tweeted out, since the first 10,000 were created, there have always been female custodians, which is just, you know, very like saying, yeah, actually there are lady custodies. There can be lady. Not only can there be lady custodies, there are also lady Astartes, which, like, of course there could be. Like, for any number of reasons, it's a fantasy universe with, like, magical space technology. Like, and like, if anyone's watching this is like, but men are just so much superior to women. How could there be women? They're genetically engineered super soldiers who basically live inside of giant, like, exoskeleton suits. Like, what is their personal? What is their personal, like whatever? Just fucking go with it. The fact is, basically, all of the Astartes and Custodes are, like, Ken dolls anyway. Like, why are you so attached to, like, their proverbial dicks? I don't get it. Anyway, that he's going to be complaining about the fact that there are more ladies in Warhammer now.
Gathering have gotten since they decided to embrace political ideologies and care more about having enough trans representation in their fictional video game or fictional card game, as opposed to worrying about destroying the secondary market with ridiculous reprints. And,
you know, he's saying all of this, but he's also not realizing that, like, he's the one getting no one in the Warhammer community has been mad about women being Astartes or Custodes, except for, like, conservatives who don't understand that the setting is satirical and who take it way too seriously. Like, the people who are mad about this aren't, like, the trans people playing, like, female Custodes, or, like, the you know, people of color in the Warhammer community who, like, make, you know, various racially diverse legions of Astartes. Like, this isn't. They're not the ones getting angry about this. You're the one making an entire goddamn video about about the fact that there are ladies in Warhammer now. That's you, bud. You're the one upset about it.
Crappy card stock quality. But anyway, Warhammer is probably on a completely different level in terms of lore, in terms of cost to enjoy the game, and the monopoly that the company...
You don't have to spend a lot of money to enjoy the game. You do have to spend a lot of money to enjoy, like, the tabletop, like, war game element of Warhammer. But if you just want to play, like, a game in the Warhammer setting, like Warhammer 40K, you can just get, like, a Rogue Trader book and, like, have a tabletop game of Rogue Trader. Like, that's a really accessible way to get into the setting, or get into the books. The books are pretty good.
That runs it actually has over the game. Games Workshop is probably one of the most hated companies by the fans in the game of any...
No. The only people who hate Games Workshop are the conservatives who take it way too seriously. And they're a minority. Like, again, it's his perspective is that it's the most hated one, because he's mad that there are ladies in it now.
Any company, like, I can't think of another company that is more...
There are women in the Army and the Marines and the Navy and the Air Force. I was one of them. What the fuck? That's the thing, right? That's the thing, Ronwind. We have women we have integrated militaries right now. And like they're like, but in 40,000 years the emperor will have made a genetically pure line of elite super soldiers, and there's no way there could be ladies in there. And it's like, it's like 40,000 years into the future. They have like goddamn like laser guns and like super suits that allow you to fight off like 20,000 guys with just one dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they can do whatever the fuck they want. It's a fantasy. It's a science fiction satirical setting.
Hated by its fans. Maybe Activision, Call of Duty, you could maybe say that. Well, coincidentally, 3 of the top 4 stockholders.
Wait, the article has the wrong name? Adeptus Cadre? Oh shit. Sorry, I didn't even notice that. I was looking at like the text in the article down here. Claims all male Adeptus Cadre faction has always featured female members. Dude, he's trying to reference an article that doesn't even know what they're called, dude. The thing is, these conservative chuds in the Warhammer community are always like, but we care most about the setting. And it's like, bitch, you're referencing articles that like don't even use the right name for things. My God. Also, here's the thing. Here's one of the things about Warhammer 40K that I didn't mention earlier. The part of the in-universe logic of the lore of Warhammer 40K is that it is based on, you know, first or second or third hand accounts being transmitted across time and space at incredibly inefficient like speeds. So like it is entirely possible that one of the narratives from the books, for example, might be like 5,000 years out of date and superseded by another piece of lore. Or like because the bureaucracy of the Imperium of Man is inept and decrepit and basically falling apart. Part of the core conceit of the Imperium of Man and its technology is that humanity peaked technologically tens of thousands of years earlier. And everything since then has been a degradation of what humanity accomplished, to the point where people who know how machines work have basically formed a cult around their machine knowledge. And they call it the cult of the machine god, because they have forgotten how machines work to the point that they just have obscure religious rituals that happen to make machines work in the way they want them to. You know? That's the level of ineptitude we're talking about here. And like even like there are cases throughout the lore where like someone will wake up from like a 20,000 year like cryo sleep or something and be like, oh my god, oh my god, what are you doing? Holy shit, why are you doing that? Like they're just horrified by what humanity has become, right? Because it's so laughably awful. Good night, little Morphine Annie. And one of the one of the great things about this is just like techno magic. They cast spells like download RAM or something. Yeah, they'll light incense and like chant while like, you know, pressing buttons and pulling levers to like, you know, turn on the computer, you know, effectively. It's insane. Lady Ringcloud, thank you for the $5 dono.
Unreliable narrator in fiction writing, meaning that the narrator is narrating from inside the fiction based off information that may be old or just wrong.
Exactly. Like the Imperium of Man is biased as hell. And not only are they biased as hell, they don't even know how their own machinery works. So like their narratives and their assumptions are not to be trusted. And like not even more than that, like because of the way their space travel works. Because of the way their space travel works, right? When you go into the warp to travel faster than light, there's a decent chance that you just wind up hundreds or thousands of years in the future or the past. There's a decent chance you wind up on the other side of the galaxy or like just get ripped apart by the psychic forces in the warp, you know? Like it's a dangerous thing to do. And so information gets lost for incredibly huge periods of time. And it's the fact that anybody takes any part of the 40K setting as gospel is they've already missed the point, if that's the case. It is you've already misunderstood 40K on a pretty fundamental level if you don't understand that the Imperium of Man and everyone in it is an unreliable narrator operating off of incomplete information. Yeah, without a very specific piece of technology, demons can just materialize in your ship and like eviscerate your entire crew. $40 ham, indeed. Anyway, point of order. Every wargamer hates the company that makes their game. Okay, that's true, but I feel like that's less true for 40K. I feel like every wargamer hates the company that makes their game specifically because they keep buying the stuff that company makes. And I know that cadre can be like a generic word, but like why not just say the Custodes?
Game Workshop are BlackRock and Vanguard Group, I believe. We're going to take a look at that. So you knew it was coming. These woke ESG companies invest, and of course, now we get it. Games Workshop.
Okay. He's trying to say like BlackRock, the company that buys out entire neighborhoods, is woke and has made them make the Custodes have ladies in it. If you believe that, can I sell you a bridge? I promise you'll make all of your money back in like a year. Tops. You know, just pay me. You know, I'll take a cool $30,000 if you take that bridge off my hands. You know, I just can't. You'll make it more than that in the first year. I promise. I just can't handle it right now. Like, what? How gullible do you have to be to believe that BlackRock invests in a company and then cares so much about their end product that they're like, you gotta have ladies in there. You gotta have you. I know you got the sororitas, okay, but you got, we've been reading up on you've got your BlackRock investors, and they're reading up on the lore of Warhammer 40K, and they're like, I know you got this all-female sororitas faction, but I'm noticing that the Custodes are male only, and I think you need to have ladies in the Custodes. And like the people at Warhammer are just like, oh yes, of course, BlackRock investor, of course. They don't give a shit. Are you kidding me? When BlackRock is making their investments, they're looking at what's going to make them money. They don't care if there are ladies in the Custodes lore of Warhammer. They're looking at the financials of Games Workshop. That's what they're looking at. Come on now. Yeah, I've got like an amazing air guitar to sell you if you believe what the Quartering just said. It's like a top of the line, $5,000 minimum, okay?
Makes insulting retcon to Warhammer 40K lore, claims all...
Again, retcon does not apply to Warhammer 40K. Because again, all of the information is unreliable, and it always has been. Literally, one of the last major lore updates to Warhammer 40K was an entire faction of basically space dwarves that was said to have been wiped out after the first edition of Warhammer 40K was suddenly rediscovered again. Like, the Imperium of Man just forgot an entire playable faction existed called the Leagues of Votan, who are basically super capitalists. They just forgot. They got obliterated from the lore of Warhammer 40K and then got rediscovered. And like, weirdly, people didn't have an issue with that one. That wasn't caused by a Vanguard investment. Like, retcon doesn't exist in this setting. Unreliable information, unreliable narrators. The Necrons were originally mindless automatons, true. And now they're way more badass, like mechanical spirit suits from the dawn of time. And they're way cooler.
Male Adaptus cadre faction had always featured female members. Now, I am not a deep lore Warhammer person.
Oh, you're not? Do you not play Warhammer, Jeremy? Are you just feigning outrage over this because it'll get you some clicks? Wow, I'm shocked at how the Quartering could retcon his nerdy interests to include Warhammer 40K. Now that's an actual retcon.
Although I did do I had fun playing Warhammer RP with Arch Warhammer and V.
Jeremy, you can't legally call him Arch Warhammer, Jeremy. Okay? Because he received a cease and desist letter from Games Workshop because he's a neo-Nazi and they didn't want the game to be associated with him. And maybe you shouldn't be bragging about associating with the guy who was such a big neo-Nazi. He had to be sent a cease and desist letter from the company to stop associating with it. I can't, dude. I can't. Also, just real quick, I know it's beside the point, and I know I know that this is gonna be petty as hell. But I need you all to understand something about the man he just referenced, okay? And this is I guess this is one of his most recent videos. Here.
Greetings and salutations, friends. It is time, once again, for the annual I did far too much research for this My Little Pony lore video, Theory Crafting Edition.
He always sounds like this, by the way. He always sounds like this. He always like does the rolling R bit. And I need you all to understand.
Zebras, extinct. Kirin, kirud. And that's before we get to all of the animals.
I need you all to understand. Arch Warhammer is not British. Arch is I need to look up Arch. Can I find an example? I need, oh God. Can someone, Archangel DeKalb, can you find me a clip of Arch like talking without the accent? Because I need people to understand what he actually sounds like and how big of a silly he's doing with this accent. He can only do the fake British accent. It's true. Is there one? There has to be. I've definitely heard him without the accent before. Oh God, I can't find it off the top of my head.
Judge Dredd.
God, he does it in every single goddamn video. There isn't from Rad's debate. He claims he can only speak English like that. I know it's not true. I know I've heard him speak without the accent. If I remember, it was a debate panel he was on.
Female Space Marines. These will automatically attract political ideologues because that is the position you are actively surrendering to, but there is no evidence presenting anything, which you'd know if you cared about the setting instead of your real-life politics, but details. That's only 1 in 1,000, but a serial portal runs 1% of a fandom as big as Warhammer 40k.
Damn it. If someone finds a clip, let me know, okay? He's one of the biggest cringe lords to ever exist on YouTube. I'm not going to subject you to more of his voice because I don't want to alienate you guys too much. Anyway, back to the slightly more tolerable Jeremy.
I think Sargon too for a little while. I had a lot of fun with that.
Oh. You, I can't believe anyone would brag about hanging out with Sargon of Akkad. If you people don't know who Sargon of Akkad is, he's like one of the original like conservative like crypto fascists on YouTube. Can we find? Yeah. you know, this guy, I don't know that I would align myself favorably with the guy who ran to be a politician in the UK and then his political career imploded because he talked about how it was okay to have sex with children. Yeah. In the video from 2014, Benjamin said, I can be quoted as saying, you can fuck young boys. It's actually not as controversial as you think. Depends on the child, doesn't it? The ancient Greeks were pederasts. It was considered to be normal. It was mentoring. Anyway, Jeremy, who do you like? Who did you like hanging out with again?
Skaven and V. I think Sargon too for a little while. I had a lot of fun with that.
Oh wow!
Skaven for the win.
You had a lot of fun. RPing with Sargon of Akkad, huh? Interesting.
But anyway, in a development that can only be described as massively insulting to the intelligence of their player base, Warhammer 40k developer Games Workshop has taken to claiming that despite years of official canonical evidence to the
again, if you adhere to any strict canon for Warhammer 40k, you've already misunderstood the setting.
Contrary, the game's all-male Adeptus Custodes faction, Custodes or Custodes, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, has...
Yes. This is someone I would trust for good Warhammer takes. He can't even pronounce the faction.
Has always included female members among its ranks. Well, this is just simply not true. The retcon to the franchise long-standing lore was first revealed to the public on April 13th, courtesy of YouTuber Ash Barker's preview of the upcoming 10th edition of Warhammer 40k guidebook, Codex Adeptus Custodes. I don't know. I'm going to keep mispronouncing that.
Cool.
Now, here's the thing. What is Warhammer? Well, it is a huge...
Also, what's going on with like Jeremy's like lighting and background here? Like, did his wife kick him out or something? Like, what's going on? Is he having to record in like a shack?
Huge universe, a brutal universe that people love. There are lots of ways you can enjoy the Warhammer universe, whether it's like Total Warhammer video games, or it's playing the Warhammer RPG, or I'm sorry, like,
Good night,
it's like
Andrew
D&D,
S.
but with Warhammer lore. You can play the actual figurine, the minifigure game, which is where they make a lot of money selling very expensive figures.
I wonder if Jeremy knows that Warhammer and Warhammer 40k are two completely different games. I wonder if he even knows that. I would be so fascinated to ask him. It would be so funny.
Therein, eagle-eyed viewers notice that the book's introduction of actual characters in the lore. Games Workshop had specifically chosen to highlight a battlefield story concerning a female custodian by the name of Calidus Kesh. Custodian Calidus Kesh stood upon the bridge of the Cobra-class destroyer, begins a paragraph within the subsection headline, The Solar Fastness. Named Vigilant Flame, the warship belonged to the mighty Battlefleet Solar. She anchored in the shadows in the back of the bridge, positioned at a spot where she could observe.
Can I just point out that like this article cares so little about itself that like he just read out the typo that they made. She ingered. Because there's a screenshot right here where you can read the actual sentence. She lingered. It's literally in the screenshot. And he just unquestioningly read the typo.
Observe the actions of the crew members. B, they took instrumental pits at the armament shrines. In this case of the shipmaster, stood ramrod straight before his command throne. Now, here's the thing. Retcons, we're used to this, right? Got to have more strong, independent women who don't need no man. That's the whole purpose. We can't create anything new. Can't create anything new.
We can't create anything new, which that's why women get into things. Women get incorporated into things because we've lost the power of creativity. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
We must just change and wokeify whatever the old stuff was. As noted above, prior to the publication of this new codex, which is like, lore for the game, the concept of a female custodian didn't exist. A legion of 10,000 elite genetically modified warriors who serve as the personal guard to the ruler of the Imperium of Man, the god Emperor.
Yeah, but notice that, like, in the creation mythos of, like, the Custodes, like, they get taken in and trained as young children, right? Like, very young children. And, like, there's nothing in that training process that would preclude a woman from taking part, and also would preclude a woman from being able to make it through the training. It's not that difficult to conceptualize that women might have been taken, like girls might have been taken, and also the training of custodes basically strips them of, like, their sexuality and, like, their gender in general. So, like, this is not surprising. They get like god tier genetic and organ implants and cybernetic enhancements, and you're like, but if they're a lady, that couldn't work. How brain dumb do you have to be? Like, not just dumb, but brain dumb. Like, dumb that's ingrained into your brain. Custodes nuts. Ayy.
Emperor of Mankind, as explained in their initial introduction in 2017's Codex Space Marines 8th edition. All members.
Also, I'm just gonna spitball here. Maybe. I'm just throwing this out. Games Workshop cares more about, like, incorporating elements that people want to play in their games into the lore, so that more people are interested in playing, and also, like, it doesn't make sense that the Imperium of Man that is falling apart and needs to recruit untold numbers of people across untold millions of worlds for their galactic war effort might sometimes recruit women.
Of Adaptus began their lives as the infant sons of the noble houses of Terra. The Adaptus are introduced.
Also, I really like that he talked about how retcons are nothing new, and then just proceeds to talk about how this is a retcon.
Warhammer 40k Codex Space Marines 8th edition, elaborating this brief bit alone. So essentially, look, they weren't women.
Now they are.
What do you think the company did when its own customers knew the lore better than they did?
The company knows its own lore, Jeremy. Like, they're changing it. You use the phrase retcon, but you seem to not understand what that means. It used to be one way, and now it's this way.
In turn, blatantly lying to customers' faces, the official account then fired back. Okay, so following the revelations that Codex Adaptus Custodes would be running aground of the franchise's established lore, in response to an April 13th post made to the official Warhammer Twitter account announcing that the guidebook was now available for pre-order, site user, I don't know, 721252, directly inquired to Games Workshop, why did you make them female? In a turn of blatantly lying to the fan's face, the official account fired back, since the first of the 10,000 were created, there have always been female custodians. To get
Based.
Ruthlessly ratioed would be an understatement. Not only did they get ruthlessly ratioed, but they were blocking people left and right. If you see, first of all, this comment, that's
good. If you're like a petty, like weird asshole, you should get blocked by everyone on Twitter.
That's not true. They were always men. See my pinned thread. You can make them female now.
But that's the thing. The lore in Warhammer is unreliable. You can say, oh, all of these other editions said they were all men. And you can turn around the next day and say, well, there have always been women in there. There's literally the lore allows for that. If you're into this game, you should know that. And frankly, I don't think any of the people who are butthurt about this actually give a single shit about the game. Or about the lore, or about the setting. They're just mad that WOMs are in it now.
Mistake when you have the Sisters of Silence, which is what you could use them for. But why lie about the past? And you see, obviously, all the lore from the book. These men never leave Earth. And a new identity upon...
Guess what? They also changed the Custodes not that long ago. To be able to leave Earth. Crazy how that works out, huh? They can leave Earth now. Wild.
Culmination, allowing every dynasty that had offered up its sons to claim the children of the successful ones alive and well among the Golden Brotherhood. There were none gainsay alone. Brotherhood of there's multiple examples.
Yes, we're aware that part of the satire of fascism is the heavy emphasis on masculinity. We're aware, but I don't think you are.
Of people in the comments.
I thought Earth wasn't even a thing anymore. No, Earth is a thing. It's just called Terra now.
Just absolutely crushing. Look at this. Female player here. I have Ultramarines, Orcs, Chaos Marines, and I collect various minis that I enjoy, like Grimaldus. From now on, I will just be 3D printing. I will pirate your books and share them with all my friends for free. This is pandering and insulting and condescending.
Interesting. And yet you're still going to be using their books and sharing them with all of your friends who want their books, despite the fact that the books are going to be insulting and condescending to you, apparently. I hate all your products now. That's why I'm gonna get all of them as they come out. You must really hate them. That's wow. You sure showed them how much you dislike their product.
7,000 likes.
I'll tell all my friends about how they should play Warhammer.
What you might not know about the game, if you don't understand Warhammer or what it is, they make all the money off leading with an iron grip these miniatures that you use to play the game. Now, you could use tokens or you could use homemade stuff, but the fact of the matter is people spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on these miniatures.
True.
Because part of the hobby is to collect them, to paint
because they're fun. Them
to your own likings, and Games Workshop.
Man, just wait until he finds out what some people did, where they used miniatures and painted them to make their own female custodies. They've been doing that the entire goddamn time, you weird goon.
Makes a lot of money for that. Well, in 2024, you can pretty much get a pretty nice 3D printer for under $500. And you can see, like, people can 3D print your models. Hope this was worth it. Why, prior to this book, has there not been a single named character in all the codices or books? This is the laziest thing.
Why have there not been a single named character in all of the codices or books? Maybe because the Imperium is shitty. Maybe because the Imperium of Man is just really shitty and falling apart. And the lore communiques that reach us through the fictional ether of space just didn't include them. They were still there. They just weren't talked about. They weren't the focus of these communiques.
Thing I've ever seen. By the way, all these having thousands of likes. I've ever heard from this account ever since 1987. Not so much as a whisper in lore or novels or a single miniature. Now all of a sudden, boom, they were always a thing. No world building, no development. So disappointing and pathetic. I'll just walk away. You aren't going to replace the income lost, making the 100 women who care happy. By the way,
the one thing I'll say about Games Workshop that I personally love is that they're perfectly willing to tell all of these people to fuck off. And you know, oh, you don't want to buy the game? Okay, fuck off. And that's how it should be.
Wait, just to point out, it's not just men that are upset by this. And again, what the way the media will spin this, the way that like the games journalists will spin this is like men angry that women in their game. There are women in the Warhammer universe. So it's like
yeah, obviously, dipshit. There are literally trillions of human beings.
People who have never played the game or even like casually asked about it. There are women in the universe.
You've never played the game, you asshole. You didn't even know how to say the name of the faction you're talking about.
It's not like it was all men forever men. And you see this, I don't think this approach is going to go as well as you think it will. And also, Warhammer joins Disney and Doctor Who to being allergic to money. Here's Thor Odinson. I've been a Games Workshop customer for over 30 years. This is the kind of money I spend on Games Workshop products, whether it's at my local game store, online stores, the Games Workshop web store, or other sources. I collect over a dozen 40K armies totaling approximately 50,000 points, which is one of which is over 4,000 points. I have multiple Blood Brawl teams, Necromunda games.
Okay, and if you can't handle the fact that there's ladies in one of the factions now, go fuck yourself, dude. If your love of this franchise is so deep and so profound, the fact that like one of the factions now incorporates some ladies shouldn't be enough to shake your enjoyment of the franchise. And yet, weirdly, it is. Weirdly, this is the red line you've drawn for yourself because you're a dipshit.
I'm currently building Bretonia, the Army of the Old World. I went ahead and canceled my Warhammer Plus subscription. I'm going to pause my spending on Warhammer products for the time being and take some time to reevaluate how much, if anything, I want to spend in the future. If you're not going to respect the time and effort that people put into setting and learning about the world you've built, you're not going to support the customers who've helped you build your company for decades, then I don't see a reason to put any effort into supporting Games Workshop in return. And you can just see this person has spent thousands and thousands of dollars in like the last year. All right. This is a heavy hitter customer. And like, again, They could have built them into the world. They could have created new factions. They could have done literally anything else except for attacking your own customers, arguing with your own customers. And then you look at shareholder statistics. Of course, the number 2 and number 3 shareholders are BlackRock and Vanguard. Would you look at that? Just another woke company. These companies, once they're publicly...
You know, you really need to show your work here. You can't just be like, oh, they got invested in, so now they're woke. You need to actually show that the investors put that pressure on them, which you haven't done at all, you know? Also, just for funsies, the guy he just cited, I just looked him up on Twitter, and one of his replies was to this New York Post article about tech exec predicts AI girlfriends will create $1 billion business. And his response was, "Thank God I found myself a good one. She packs a lunch for me before I go to work, has dinner ready for me when I come home, and she's okay with the house being packed full of miniatures, Transformers toys, and comic books. Whereas most other women would demand I get rid of it all. Hell, she even played a 40K game with me once, and tabled me too, fucking broken ass Eldar. Man, maybe your wife or girlfriend would be more interested in playing if one of the factions had more ladies in it. But also, maybe you don't have a girlfriend. Maybe you're just describing a mom. Dude, like, most moms would demand I clean up all of my toys and miniatures. But not my mom. Anyway.
Traded. They just go out and they don't care about pissing off their customers anymore because they no longer answer to them. They answer to, you know, places like BlackRock and other places like that. I mean, you can look, they're hiding reply.
But I've spent thousands of dollars at McDonald's. Why won't they cater to me anymore? Because they don't care if you alone get into this, you know? They don't care.
Look at what happened to look at what happened to their stock. Look what happened to their stock.
Whoa, that's crazy, dude. I haven't even taken a look at this. Let's just see here. Whoa, guys. I just looked at the last 5 days of Games Workshop. Look at how bad they're doing. They've gone from $123 per share down to $121 per share. They went down by 1.5%. Let's take a look at the month. Oh man, they're down 2.37%. Oh, over the last 6 months, it's been relatively stable. Huh, but year to date, it went down 4.46%. Huh. Oh. It's been relatively stable. It only went down 1.5% over the past year. What about the last... Oh, over the last 5 years, it is literally more than doubled in value. But what about the max... Oh. It's literally 2,749% up from where it started in 2008. That, as you can see by this graph, the company is clearly dying. They go woke, go make more money than you were 2 years ago. I guess is the lesson here. Yeah, it's practically a dead company, guys. Oh, you can even see it in the screenshot. In this screenshot he has. Look at how bad the company's doing. It went down 1.45% today. Wow, they're gonna be out of business in another 1,000 years.
That's a massive drop.
It's not. We can see the percentage right here. It's a 1.45% drop.
Games Workshop Group PLC. Games Workshop Group PLC stock. 5 days? No days?
Click on 1
Oh,
month,
that's not loading.
coward. Click on
Come
1
on,
month,
Brave
you
browser.
coward.
I keep trying to use you, buddy. It's just nowhere's loading.
Click on.
Well, anyway, that doesn't look.
Wow, that's really interesting, Jeremy. I wonder why you only looked at the 1 day or the 5 day. I wonder why you didn't click on the 1 month or the 3 month. That's so weird, bud. That's crazy. It's so weird. You missed the multiple buttons to see what we saw. That's so crazy.
Look good for them. You know, and when you're talking about hiding replies, it looks like their stock goes down. Wait, where is this? Go back.
It looks like their stock goes down, but I'm not gonna click on any of these other buttons that might be inconvenient for me.
So you see, yeah, 10,000. I'm not sure exactly what currency this is, but it's down 1 point.
Whoa, it's down 10,000 in imaginary bucks. You don't even know what the currency you're talking about is, bro. You don't even know the currency. You can see the percentage change. Guys, if you have any knowledge of stock investments, okay? If you have any knowledge of investments in general, a 1.4% drop is nothing. Absolutely nothing. On a single day, that's nothing. Every day, stock prices go up and down, like anywhere from like 1 to 5%. Like it can happen. That's what the stock market is. It goes up and down. Line go up and down. By the way, if you're serious about investing in stocks, if you're looking at the 1 day, the only reason you would be doing that is if your full-time job is like flipping stock for like that 1 to 2% profit to like, you know, do day trading. Otherwise, it's not useful information for you.
0.45%. It's not like a catastrophic drop, but you know, I would say that's a reaction. You know, people saying chuds seething, woke hammer. Okay, fine. I mean, go ahead and do it, and I hope it works out for you because I know it won't. And you know, people will spend their money elsewhere, or they'll just 3D print. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you leave a.
Wow, what a compelling message, Jeremy. Well, you're so good at this. Anyway, is your coffee brand coffee still being repped by like white nationalists or like? I'm sorry, wait. No, a white nationalist book company like paid him to do some advertising. Amazing.
A like on it, and if you haven't yet, subscribe or follow down below.
I feel totally
again real soon.
owned. Yeah, I'm about to start repeating I'm not owned while I slowly turn into a corn cob. Man. This has, by the way, almost 100,000 views, and this man has 1.5 million subscribers. And you know, honestly, part of the reason why I watch these videos and make this content is because I know I make better content than Jeremy. And I can do better. I can do better, dude. What's woke about Warhammer 40k now? The Warhammer 40k announced that there are lady custodies. And chuds are mad. That's it? That's it. Oh, God. All right. Folks, we've now been going for 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Consider gifting them or even upping your own tiered sub if you're over on the website. Consider gifting some memberships if you're on YouTube. Yeah, because this show is only made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. I remember when Games Workshop basically disavowed all the Notsos and nobody batted an eye, but WOMs as Custodes, that's crossing the line? Yeah, apparently. That's what the PBS lady says to me. Indeed, I'm co-opting it. It's mine now. I made this. Let's see. Is there a regional war in the Middle East yet? Our live coverage has moved? It's too early to tell whether regional war will emerge, Iranian journalist says. Well, that's good, I guess. Also, apparently, Iranian media and news coverage is just showing, like, hey, look, everybody, it's super calm where all of the explosions happened. Super, super calm. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Oh, good. As of 28 minutes ago, per The Guardian, Iran has no plan for immediate retaliation against Israel, according to a senior Iranian official to Reuters. Quote, the foreign source of the incident has not been confirmed. We have not received any external attack, and the discussion leans more towards infiltration than attack. Interesting. According to Reuters, the Iranian analyst also told state TV on Friday that mini drones shot down by air defenses in Isfahan were flown by infiltrators from inside Iran. Interesting. Meanwhile, the Israeli hard-right minister Ben-Gvir posted a one-word tweet saying "feeble!" exclamation point. What the hell, dude? What a They're such weirdos. The members of the war cabinet. What little weirdos. Convicted terrorist Itamar Ben-Gvir. Yep, it's real. Or Scarecrow. Thanks, Google. Why are we still talking about Warhammer? It's fun. I like it. Also, giant golden mommies. Yeah, you'd think giant, like 8-foot tall, like warrior Amazon women would make a lot of like nerds very happy. Which side do I support? I don't support really either side. I just want peace and for civilians not to get hurt. Apparently, the Iranians may not be willing to escalate after the hit near Isfahan. Honestly, thank goodness that Joe Biden is POTUS and Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, etc. have got to be stamping their feet in fury now that they might not be a greater war. Maybe. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think it really depends on how, if at all, Iran responds. Sounds like they're trying to cool things off and like not move things towards all-out war, but who can say what they'll do? I hope that's roughly where they'll go with it. I mean, if Trump was president, he'd be backing like the genocide in Gaza and also like would have nuked Iran by now. Yeah, this is also 4 hours old Ukrainian, so like we've already got fresher info. Oh. Well, hmm. Well, but well, folks. No! No! Damn it, I really wanted to cover this. Oh, I want this. I want this. I want to find it so badly. Where is it? Where is it, dog? I need it. I need it so badly. Oh, fuck, dude. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, so no. So there was a music video that I really wanted to cover tonight. And I'm so sad because it appears that it got taken down. But there's a YouTube channel called The Freedy Show. And they made a music video about Stellar Blade, which is the big booty, big titty action game of the moment, you know? And I just need you all to read these lyrics with me. Yo, let me talk to y'all about the state of gaming. We need a change. No more of this virtual shaming. The world's gone woke, but it's time to flip the script. Bring back the magic, the joy. Let's all get together. Yeah. We need pretty ladies and handsome men too. Make games great again. That's what we gotta do. Bring it back to the days of old, when the screens were bright and the stories untold. Bring it back. Let's have some fun. It's time to rise. Let's get this game on the run. Oh yeah. Hey, where all the fun games at? Yo, let's bring some normality back. I'm tired of all this virtual signaling. Sweet baby ink don't mean a thing. Yeah, we need pretty ladies and handsome men too. Making games great again. That's what we gotta do. Bring it back. Bring it back to the days of old, when the screens are bright and the stories untold. Bring it back, let's have some fun. It's time to rise, bring normality back. The game has only just begun. Oh, beautiful gamer girls, handsome gamer boys, let's all unite. I just like, dude, and the music video's gone. I'm so sad.
Here.
So you found it. You absolute mad lad. Okay.
Like a type of situation here.
Making games great again, that's what we gotta do. Bring it back to the days of old, when the screens were bright and the stories untold. Bring it back, let's have some fun. It's time to rise, let's get this game on the run.
Yeah, you know, because nothing epitomizes the classic stories untold gaming more than big titty, big asses. This is real retro appeal.
Let's bring some normality back. I'm tired of all this virtual signaling. Sweet baby, it don't mean a thing.
Have you guys ever seen like a 4Kids show like Yu-Gi-Oh or
Oh my god, it is a 4Kids show intro. Holy shit, it's the pirate rap, but like worse because it's, of course it is. It just like
Yo!
But like this actually has Riz though. This is like the best version of what that guy was going for.
Don't give it up, Lupe. Don't give it up, Solo. Don't give it up now, man. Don't give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Here's how the story goes. We find out about a treasure in the grand line. There's no doubt. The pirate whose eye is on it, he'll sing. I'll be king of the pirates. I'm gonna be king. That's Monkey D. Luffy.
King of the pirates. He's made of rubber.
Why did that happen?
Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum.
His name's Olo, he's just like a samurai and a L-A-D-Y. Nami's not shy. The pirate crew coming through doing their thing with the king of the pirates. He's gonna be king.
Set sail for One Piece. It's the name of the treasure in the grand line. Go, set sail for One Piece.
What an absolute bop. What an actual incredible bop. You have no idea the amount of sorrow this causes me. Why? This is a great song. Like I'm not being silly or ironic about it. I love the One Piece rap. It's so good. But like that's clearly what this like dude was going for with his Stellar Blade song. But like the Stellar Blade song is like you know, bad. It's like One Piece, just not the rap though. Yeah. It's like One Piece, except, you know, it's not.
Can hear.
I like that the song is like, and handsome men too, and then shows like a guy that we never see again for a profile. God.
Have you guys ever seen like a 4Kids show like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon?
God bless you, TTBN Gaming, for capturing this cinematic masterpiece. Also, folks, go subscribe to his channel because he did a service to all of us. God. Zarina chess, I don't have my glasses. I can't put them on when I'm here. I'm sorry. Oh, Optimizzle, you redeemed fur babies. Time for us to look at some fur babies, huh? Fur babies. Fur babies, fur babies. Let's see. We got a few fur babies here to go over. Oh, little chonkers. Little guys. They're just little guys. It's their birthday. Look at OS Crane. Perfect. Look, he just wants belly rubs. That's a 10 out of 10 puppy. Oh. That dog just wants love. Love. OS Crane, what's the name of this amazing dog? The thing about having a cute dog is they know they're cute. Is true. Look at that, just owning it. Oh, the Crufts, the kennel club you were telling me about, Salmon Moose. Vicious predator attacking helpless prey. No, it's Gumby. You leave Gumby alone. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, her name is Susie, my little rat. Susie's adorable. I love the way my dogs often mirror each other. Left is Boomy and right is Ty. They're best friends. I love it when dogs are best friends. Look at that baby. It's plotting mischief. Mischief and mayhem. I see it in its eyes. Oh, this picturesque old lady. Recently adopted this old lady with a perfectly crunchy meow from an elderly gentleman who included a folder with every single relevant document about this cat, adoption paperwork from 12 years ago, every vet visit, every scrap or flyer that may be pertinent. What a loved creature. Baby dropped an antenna. I reinstalled it for her. A true alfalfa situation going on. Oh, look at this little guy. Looks like they've been interrupted during like a crucial part of their plot. Peeping. Look at them peeping. They're peeping. Little fluff balls. Here's my sleepy boy. Sleepy baby. Sleepy baby boy. Oh, the old lady. Oh. Oh. So much fatter than he is when he sits like this melted down. Oh my god. Gamer G, your cat is huge. Oh. Cutest coworker ever. Oh, baby. He just wants to help. He's there. I am here to help. I am here to help. Eepy. Eepy baby. Oh, good pets. Beautiful baby. Someone else is a wooga. A wooga! I don't have spectacles, though. I can't fix that. Awake, baby. This is clearly not a cat. This is a cryptid. This is a small chupacabra, clearly. Also, this is clearly a cartoon cat and not a real cat. Oh, B. She's so dignified. My fur baby, his name's Morty. Oh my god. Look at Morty, everybody. Oh my god. Look at how cute that little thing is. Look at him eat. Is that a squirrel? I don't know, but it's cute. He's a brush-tail possum? That's so cute. Oh my god. Morty. We all love you, Morty. Oh. He's just having a good time. Nomming some veggies. Gotta have a balanced diet, Morty. Look at his little hand with an opposable thumb. It's always weird when animals have thumbs. Good night, Fall of Prywin. What an adorable little guy. Back into the cave. It's just like, what are you doing? I'm minding my own business. What a cutie. He stare. His favorite food is corn. Oh. Does he give kisses? Does he give little kisses, little licks? Yeah. Oh, my heart. My heart. Look at this little guy's tummy. Oh, my God. His little pink nose. Oh, perfection. Going to town on that lettuce. Like a tiny little bear. Amazing. Are his ears always a little, like, wonky? Because that's really endearing to me. Oh, baby. My partner's pup, we had to put her to sleep last spring, but we gave her a really good last day. Her name was Josie. Oh, Josie. Beautiful. I remember that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, B. The red pandas from LB. Cutie.
I never know what to put in these things. Just imagine a socially awkward statement or a lame joke.
Well, Dragonfly, thank you for the incredibly generous $20 dono. Bringing some BWA energy to stream. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And thank you for helping to make this stream possible. I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. What? What do you want? I'm minding my own business here. Can't you see I'm floofing here? Hey, hey, hey! Leave me alone. Oh, but Mom, I don't want to go yet. I don't want to go. I don't want to go eat my dinner. I don't care if you call it din din, Mom. I don't want to go eat it. I want to go. I want to play with this red thing. Hey. He was demanding belly rubs in that picture. That's adorable. Well, that brings us to the end of our fur baby collection. Hey, LB. LB also says hi, chat. Hey, I'm floofing here. Lady Raincloud, look at this derpy little guy. Oh. There he is. Look at him. Name. One. Name. One. What a sassy man. Is this red panda doing the leg crossing and uncrossing from that one movie? You know which one. What is this? Oh, fuck. Look at how cute they are. Do they just eat grass? They're so cute. They deserve cuter treats. Oh, making the dough, making the dough. Gotta make that dough. Gotta need that dough. They really like grapes. They deserve all the grapes. Well, John Bogardus, I bet your Sagittarius is a cutie patootie. Look at Sleepy Boy. Sleepy Boy. These animals aren't real. I refuse to believe that this is a real animal. This is AI art. Joe. What the fuck? What the fuck was that, dude? That was the best effort I've ever seen of someone trying to eat their own leg. Oh, fuck. Amazing stuff. Why does this red panda look like it has the seriousness of like a 50-year-old man looking at the stock portion of the Wall Street Journal? Want to see Shork? Sure. Shork. That is a Shork. That's really cute. Jelly fish. Jelly fish. Shork. They always look so happy. They always look so happy, guys. What the hell? Okay, we gotta be done. We gotta be done. We made it to the end. The movie was Basic Instinct. Thank you, Monica G. I appreciate you. Specifically. Okay, we have one more. Who is it? Who is it? Is this puppy? Oh, that dog is so cute though. Look at how shaggy. Just a giant mop. I love it. I love dogs like this. God. 10 out of 10. Oh, my goodness. Can I check? Oh, you did? Okay. One last one, all right? One last one. Fur baby. Oh, he's so big. He just wants to play, I can tell. What an adorable little man. Giant. Just wants to be loved. She's a big girl. Oh. She's a big girl and she's doing her best. And that's all anyone can ask of her. Thanks for sharing your puppies with me and your chunky babies and your little babies with me and your big babies. My Clara stay-at-home service dog. What a brilliant animal. I love that you shared her with us and I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, folks, I think I will be done with stream tonight. I am sleepy, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and it does not appear that war is about to break out in the Middle East. We don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but apparently, people are condemning, countries are condemning Israel's attack, calling for de-escalation. And the G7 has met and called for absolute de-escalation. And frankly, from everything that I've been reading, it appears that basically without US support, Israel cannot wage an offensive war on Iran. And I don't think they're going to get that support. So basically, it might just be logistically impossible for Israel to actually successfully bait Iran into a war. And even if it were logistically possible, they likely would not be able to win such a conflict. So, yeah. Yeah, the U.S. I mean, like a lot of people are on edge for an Iranian counterattack. The U.S. Embassy, as of 20 minutes ago, in Israel, is telling employees to limit movement so that they can be safe. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, we've been going for almost 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, memberships, and donos, because they make all the difference and allow me to continue making this weird little show that I do. And on that note, let's see who we will raid into. Raid into. Raid into Conyer. I like Conyer. They're cool. All the non-binary friendos on Twitch are cool. Are cool eggs. Y'all get good sleep, or chill out on riverboat.gg, or go chat in Conyers chat. Good night, everybody. Bye.